Alrighty, as a cat owner, I'm sure any of you that own cats, you can appreciate sometimes you get distracted going room to room because you see a cat doing like the most absolutely like off the fucking wall shit. I love being a cat dad. I was crutting through, coming back to the computer, and the cat is at her wet food dish. We've changed what time we feed the cats. Made it a little bit later because I'm functioning a little bit better closer to like 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. But the cat is got her dry food bowl and her wet food bowl, and I'm just staring as the cat takes like 2 licks of wet food, eats some kibble, two licks of wet food, eats some kibble, and I just found myself sitting there, and I'd forgotten I'd hit start streaming, and I was like, oh shit, I could have sat there for another 20 minutes, watched this cat just, living her best life. She doesn't care, she doesn't give a shit. So as always, we start the show with a little bit of a level of depression. I will say that I was kind of excited from the time off. There was an MMO coming out, and I started writing an article on it yesterday. I almost finished it, and then my hands started hurting. But it's like this MMO it's like we know off the bat that they're a blockchain Web3 system, that they're putting their game on Steam, so the blockchain Web3 part is restricted on Steam. It's got autoplay, it's got heavy in-game monetization, built-in frustration loops, and I'm just like, man, this is so sad. Like, we are so desperate in the gaming side of the house for a new game. Yeah, that's got to be called something other than a game. And then the worst part is they install kernel level anti-cheat, but their uninstall program doesn't remove their kernel level uninstall. Now, I understand that we have to have this big push for like anti-cheat, and I wouldn't be against moving PCs to some sort of, and I don't know how we could do this. I'm not smart enough to know how to do this, but I wouldn't be against an idea where I turn on my PC and my PC goes straight to Windows. That's how life should be. I turn on my PC goes straight to Windows. I get it. I would be okay with an idea that I want to play your particular game, so I click on your game and it restarts my machine, loading your kernel level software. And I understand that I would be making a conscious choice that I might not be able to dual box with YouTube. I might not be able to have Discord open. I could accept some of that. But the fact that I take out your game, but a part of your software stays on my PC and it runs at startup unless I know how to manage my computer. Like, Ashes of Creation was a game that had this massive problem for fucking years, and I haven't even looked, now that Ashes of Creation is shut down, I haven't looked to see if when you uninstall Ashes of Creation, if it takes all its crap with it. I know early on when we were trying to test the game, test Apocalypse, we had to go into 6 different parts of our computer and remove their code, remove their little bits and blocks and stuff. And I'm like, guys, stop pushing. And that's what I said. And that should have been the first warning that this company was a pile of shit. But like, you can't even make your software uninstall clean from my machine. So we as consumers, and I'm going to tie this together, we as consumers are the reason why so many things are shitty. And that's because we don't in a single voice say this is bullshit. Like, everybody knows that Disney is one of my favorite places on earth. I like to go to Disney. I don't have to think. Really, when I'm at Disney in June, I will literally have 2 people on the planet. Well, 3, the house sitter with the cats, but I don't really want to hear from them. But one of my daughters and my goddaughter's, or my godson's mom, are really the only people I need to hear from at Disney. Because everybody else, the worst phone call I'm going to get is, this person's dead. Well, I'm not a fucking voodoo priest, man. I'm not a necromancer. My daughter died? Well, shit. Let me finish my vacation and then I'll go to a funeral, right? Like, I can't solve it. It's like why I tell people when I'm on vacation, unless it's bad news I need to address immediately, don't call me with bad news. Just solve the day-to-day bullshit for me on my behalf. Like, when people house sit my cats, I have a line of credit over at my vet's office. If my cat is sick, take my cat to the vet. Don't let me know my cat is sick. If my cat dies, take my cat to the vet. The vet has disposition instructions for all of our animals. Just if my cat dies, take the cat to the vet. Have my cat cremated and tell the pet funeral home the day after I'm home, give them a call what they want on the cremation cube. I think people forget that we live in a world now where you can be micro-informed on a macro level on 50 different things. Like, call me if my house burns down, because I got to get home and I got to start addressing that. Call me if someone breaks in my house and vandalizes my house, right? But people don't ever unplug. People are like, and I've done this in the past, people are on vacation, but they're on their cell phone back at their job the whole time. Why the hell did you take a vacation? Well, I took the vacation to get my wife off my ass, but I couldn't afford the break in momentum. Why didn't you just send your wife with the kids on the vacation? Well, my wife wanted me there. Well, then be there. Then be there. Unless you own the company, right? Guilty, but my vacation was about not working. Right? Exactly. Like, I had a big knockdown drag out with one of my bosses in the military when I went out for my shoulder surgery. One of the people that I didn't work for, but I was responsible for reporting to, said, well, are you going to have your BlackBerry on while you're recovering? No, I'm not. I'm not taking my laptop home. I'm not taking my cat card reader home. I'm setting my BlackBerry to my assistant, and my assistant's going to carry the phone until I'm back. This person was like, well, that's not really responsible of you. Number one, I can't take classified material home. My house isn't set up to store classified. So I can't even look at the day-to-day changes. Number two, I can't talk about the day-to-day changes on an unencrypted cell phone or an unencrypted laptop. 3, I'm going to have a morphine pump in my neck for 10 days. I am going to basically be on a 10-day morphine-induced high. My surgeon has already said the soonest I can work is 11 days after my surgery, because I'm going to be on a combination of a morphine ball. If you're not familiar with this thing, it's a ball full of morphine. They put it in your neck, and just over time, it slow dribbles out morphine into the surgical site. And I'm going to be on oral pain pills. I said, I'm not working. I'm unplugging. And the person's like, well, that's not really responsible for a person in your position. Motherfucker, there's like 83,700 captains in the Air Force at this junction in time. if little old me can't go have my shoulder surgery because it's going to shut down the whole fucking Air Force, then we need to jump these 2 silver bars to 4 silver stars, and let's just stop fucking about. Like, I'm not that important. But we're living in a society right now where we know we're being lied to. We know we're being gaslit. And there ain't shit we can do about it. I'm gonna play a comedian's clip first, because this is kind of the setup of the joke.
He fucks with America. I love that you guys bombed Iran, not because they had nuclear weapons, but because they had the idea. That's some gangster shit. And I love when Americans are criticizing Israel for really overreacting. Oh yeah? Kind of like dropping 2 nuclear bombs after somebody blows up a couple of boats, huh? I love that you guys did too. I think after one, the Japanese would have been like, oh shit! Fuck! Sorry, we didn't know you have the sun. Remember when somebody blew up a couple of teeny weeny towers filled with Jews? You guys are so patriotic that even though it happened in New York, there was guys in North Carolina who saw that shit on TV and they were like, oh yeah! You flew over an ocean into a desert.
That, unfortunately, is a comedian, but really, really encapsulates America. Right now, we're at war with Iran. Because they had the audacity to not do what America told them to do. And then we have a president. We have a president that you can't even trust, because we have no idea we have absolutely no idea who Donald Trump is supposedly talking to. And I understand that Jon Stewart is a comedian, but let's just watch what John has to say.
Who the even thought it was a good idea to send America's most hair-trigger agency into America's most hair-raising environment?
Whose idea was that? The nice of the airport.
That was mine.
What in God's name possessed you to do that?
That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip?
How many more years of this shit? Go ahead.
182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea.
Right now in Iran, they're going, are we talking to a top guy? Because I don't think this is a top guy. Yeah, we were talking about negotiating nuclear, and then he just went off on fucking paper clips. Why did I bomb Iran? Well, do you know the story of 2,000 flushes blue? Well, for centuries, people shit in regular water. And then one day a guy said, what if it was blue? And that's why I bombed Iran.
I have no the fuck idea why we bombed Iran. But the problem is, you can't even remotely begin to understand what the fuck's going on, because Donald Trump said on Monday, early Monday, Donald Trump said, I'm delaying bombing of all their power plants because over the weekend we had good talks with Iran. And Iran came out and said, what productive good talks? Nobody's talking to him. Who is Donald Trump talking to? The Shah of Iran? The displaced son of the Shah of Iran? Is Donald Trump talking to the people that we hope end up? Like, Iran has basically told us to fuck off. Donald Trump claims there's a 15-point plan. Israel showed 14 of them, allegedly. If you have a 15-point peace plan, why don't you just share it with everybody? Why don't you tell us what your 15-point peace plan is? Because you're saying what we've been able to piece together is your peace plan is you can't have nuclear weapons. You have to give us all of your 60% enriched uranium. You have to dismantle Natanz for Dow. And I'm sorry, I can't even... I can barely fucking pronounce vowels the way English puts them together. Hiberno, we just fucking ramble. We have like one vowel there. Like, whatever, fuck off. And then we want to restrict or shut down their nuclear infrastructure. We want Iran to stop making ballistic missiles. And we want to put restrictions on Iran's ability to develop long-range weapons. We want Iran. Oh, Iran has to. I love this part of the 15-point plan that we've been able to find. Iran has to end support for Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and all the other militias. The Strait of Hormuz must open and remain free. And we're proposing a temporary ceasefire. 1 month ceasefire, and Iran is like, no month ceasefire. And Iran will get sanction relief if they comply to all of these bits and pieces. However, Iran has turned around and said, we want an immediate and full stop to U.S. and Israel military operations before we negotiate past step 1. You have to stop bombing the shit out of us. Iran is insisting on their right to civilian nuclear energy. Iran has literally said, once again, we reject full dismantlement of our enrichment process. We'll agree to limits and monitoring, but we reserve the right to have civilian nuclear power. Iran says, you've illegally sanctioned us, so we want the sanctions relief early, not after compliance. We're not going to prove shit to you. And they've said, we're not even going to talk to you if you keep this long-range missile capability. Like, we have to be able to hit our enemies. Iran has said Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis are regional partners, not proxies. And Iran says we want to make sure that the U.S. isn't pursuing regime change. Literally, we have both parties of the Iran and the U.S. war so far apart from each other on their starting points. What the fuck's the point of even saying we're even talking about peace? We're not talking about peace, we're talking about maybe talking. I know some people are going to say to me, they're like, well, why don't you just support the complete destruction of Iran? Because of terrorist math. I don't support the wholesale elimination of any culture. But I definitely don't agree with the idea that we're going to just systematically eliminate Iran unless somebody can put down a guarantee that we can 100% get every Islamic Republican Guard Corps leader. And I don't just mean the top people, I mean the top people, the officership, the middle core people. And they're like, well, why? And it was funny because I was trying to think of like the why. It's like the terrorist math thing from the one movie. 10 minus 2 is 20. Well, if we don't want to talk about that, I'm watching a really amazing TV show called The Following. And it's about a cult. And at one point, there's 53 members. And at one point, they get down to 8 members. 1 plus 7. But this one over here links up with one that wasn't dealt with. So there were really 9. See how that number jumped? But then this one had recruited 4 more. So this one links up with this one. And now all of a sudden, we've got 6 plus 7 for 13. But we only had 8. But we only had 9. But now we have 13. You can't get ahead of this bullshit in Iran if you don't know what the plan is. Do we want to spend 20 years fucking about with regime change in Iran? The plan is to do a few more cycles of insider trading by tanking them, pumping the stock market. The problem is you're not fucking wrong. This country is so corrupt that Donald Trump's 2 presidencies have shown us Donald Trump was able to come to power because I think the majority of the guardrails and the safeguards were gone, eroded, and now Donald Trump is just fist fucking the rest of the economy, getting ready to lick his fingers clean. I can't see any other option. I think we've reached a critical mass of apathy, but what I also think is we've reached a critical mass of people no longer give a shit. They just want to belong to a fellowship. I'm going to say a fellowship. For example, did you guys hear about the Alan Richardson thing? The Alan Richardson thing is yet another example of nobody gives a shit about being right. They give a shit about being first. Alan Richardson over the weekend got into a physical altercation where he allegedly beat the shit out of his neighbor. Struck Alan Richardson struck Ronnie Taylor several times as Taylor kneeled on the ground in a suburban neighborhood. Richardson's 2 children could be seen on motorbikes watching the incident. And what had happened was a video was put out of Alan Richardson, Reacher, the guy who plays Reacher on Amazon's TV show, beating the shit out of his neighbor. And before anybody had a chance, before the police even had a chance to investigate, there were headlines saying, where the fuck did I just put that? There were character assassination headlines saying Richardson beats neighbor. Actor beats neighbor. Actor violently beats neighbor. Out of control actor beats out of control celebrity beats neighbor. Thank God Alan Richardson had a body cam on. Right? Day 1, actor beats neighbor. Day 2, conflicting reports. Day 3, the police have ruled it was self-defense. First of all, the neighbor stepped out in front of Richardson on his motorcycle. It's like a motorbike. We'll call it a motorbike. Causing Richardson to fall over. Mr. Richardson's actions were found to be self-defense. Although a potential reckless endangerment charge was considered, Mr. Richardson declined to pursue charges. With the agreement of the district attorney, the case is now closed and no further action will be taken. Taylor had told TMZ that he had asked Richardson multiple times to stop making noise on his motorbike in the street. Taylor admitted himself that he instigated physical contact. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. I think the second time he got off his bike and kicked the crap out of me. He's 6'3", 240, less than 10% body fat. But even if he fucking wasn't, you're right to put your grubby little fucking mitts ends at the other person. You don't have the right to fucking touch people. I shoved him again. You were wrong. The first time you shoved him, you broke the law. The second time you shoved him, you broke the law, and you reasonably invited him to fucking whoop your ass in self-defense. Because what you're forgetting is you already flipped him off his bike. Then you shoved him a second time. You started a conflict. But let's talk about the fucking character assassination. Nobody gave a shit about saying there's allegedly an incident. What you had was celebrity beats neighbor. Somebody once said celebrities don't have a right to privacy. Everybody has a right to privacy. Our society is morally fucking bankrupt. They kind of made it political too. They made it political. And Alan Richardson could have lost a $4 million acting deal. I'm a fan. I like Alan Richardson as Reacher. I think he is a very good Jack Reacher. Now that I've seen him act, I never liked Smallville. And I haven't seen the other one you mentioned. I like Alan Richardson. I think he's a very good Reacher. Most fights start one shove, two shove, swing. If someone pushes you twice and that doesn't get their intended response, I would expect them to swing next. Right. Which is why, right, I say to people, the goal in negotiation War Machine is on my list. It's the next thing up after The Following with Kevin Bacon. I'm in season 2 now. It's really, really good. The Following is really, really good if you're looking for a TV show. The problem we have is people swing. My wife watched a guy square up against me. Now, I'm no longer a swole turkey. I've never been big, but I used to be in way better shape. But this guy squared up to me like he wanted to fight me. Now, what you have to understand is that I don't want to fight. I want to negotiate. because I don't want to break my hand on your jaw. I want to negotiate, not because I'm not willing to fight, but I'm not willing to go through all the fucking ass pain that goes with being arrested, being downtown, being photographed, posting bail. Like I've said though, if we reach a line, I don't avoid conflict because I'm afraid of you. I avoid conflict because I'm afraid of me. Like the day that guy squared up in front of me, in front of my kids, Mama Bear just took her big giant bear part, scooped all 3 kids, and moved them behind her. I was like, dude, I will fucking, like, you square up against me. Okay, it's on like Donkey Kong, man. As I make the joke all the time, I'm in therapy wishing that a motherfucker would. Because once you swing on me once, I got an awful lot of shit I want to work out. Yeah, come on, Bunny is 6'5", 205. If someone has enough guts to start a fight with me, I assume they have a gun or something, so I don't hold back. Right, exactly. I learned a very dangerous lesson very early on in life. And it's the same lesson that I teach because 46 years of life have taught me the difference. I've had people swing on me as if they were looking to start a fight and cause injury. When I swing back, I'm looking to kill them. I don't hit people once they're on the ground. Once they're on the ground, I say, stay down there now. Because if you stay down, you're done. If you get back up, it means you want some more. And like Clubber Lane from Rocky, I got a lot of more. Stay down now. But stay down until you tell me you're done, and then get your ass up and we can talk about whatever the fuck has your panties in a twist and you wanted to swing on me. I assume the other guy's trying to kill me. But I hated watching Alan go through this because it's the same thing that happened with Johnny Depp. It's the same thing that happened with Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey lost his Netflix show because of allegations that they couldn't prove. I know that people don't like this. But you are innocent until proven guilty. And despite what some people will say, well, not guilty doesn't mean didn't do it. You're right, not guilty doesn't mean you didn't do it. But if you're found not guilty, you're innocent because you've never been proven guilty. It's why I'm against the idea that you can have a criminal trial, be found not guilty, and then go to a civil trial and be found at blame. The O.J. Simpson fucking thing right here is what kills me about the American legal system, the American justice system. The system needs to go like this. Here's a criminal trial. If found guilty, from guilty, a civil trial can occur. If found not guilty, no civil trial can occur because at the top, hold on one second. At the top, a criminal trial has a higher burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so beyond a reasonable doubt, you weren't able to convict me. I did not kill Deadpool. Deadpool's over there. He got thrown. I did not kill Deadpool because beyond a reasonable doubt, you couldn't prove that I killed Deadpool. But because in a civil case, it's more likely rather than less likely that I killed Deadpool, you can take 50 million of my dollars. What the fuck? I didn't do it. A jury of my peers said I didn't do it. We gotta, although this is a small part of the problem, this is a big fucking thing we need to fix in the American legal system. Now, you said, I don't understand how Jonathan Majors was found guilty. Okay. Oh, hold on. Jonathan, you've confused me. Wasn't Jonathan Majors found... Oh, because Jonathan Majors wasn't convicted of reckless assault or harassment. He was acquitted of intentional assault charges. But, he was found guilty of reckless conduct. Reckless conduct is, he was convicted of reckless assault in the 3rd degree and harassment. He was not convicted of reckless conduct as a standalone charge. Yeah, I'd have to dig in more to that. I'd have to dig into his particular case more. Why did he lose his deals? Well, remember, your deal with me has to do with perception. If a sponsor gives Jay money because they believe that the 2 stacks they give me will result in 5 stacks. They had to change the MCU because of it. Yeah, the problem is, and I don't like this fact, but it's a fact. If you represent the company, even if you're not employed by the company, Robert Downey Jr. represents the Marvel Cinematic Universe, without a doubt. Even though he's not in charge of it, he still represents it. That's why Disney has the Disney morality clause. When you are on a Disney contract, you can't smoke at like public events. You can't drink to excess. You can't get charged with crimes. And if you do, Disney says, okay, we're done with you. And you're like, but that's not fair. No, it is, because it's in the contract. Now, I saw somebody say, you cannot fix a system that was broken in the first place. All right. You can. Because you'd have to tell me specifically what was broken about the justice system. Because the justice system is predicated on the idea that it is better that 10 guilty men go free rather than 1 innocent man go to jail. That's why we have an adversarial criminal court system where the burden of proof rests on the prosecutor. In other countries, you have to actually prove your innocence. In America, and I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen at a courts-martial. Court-martial started, everything was going according to plan. We're going through the court-martial, and then the prosecution rests. And as I'm watching, in my own head, I'm thinking something, but the prosecution stood up and they rested their case. And the area defense counsel stood up and said, Your Honor, can we remove the panel from the courtroom? And that's either attorney can ask for the panel, the jury, where the court-martial panel, to be taken out of the courtroom. We can't hear in the courtroom. And about 30 minutes later, we all went back into the courtroom, and the judge said, panel members, I'd like to thank you for your time, and this matter is resolved. You're no longer needed. Like 2 days later, I'm reading the write-up of the court hearing. The prosecution completely forgot to present any evidence on one of the three qualifiers to convict the individual. In order for something to be a crime in the military, you have to prove these three parts. The third part of the crime was how this behavior was detrimental to good order and discipline. They never presented anything. Well, you failed to make the prima facie of your case. There's not been a crime committed. Yeah, you were committing adultery. Yeah, you were fucking another man's wife. Yeah, you knew or should have reasonably known she was married. They presented that, but they didn't present anything that showed why good order and discipline in the unit was disrupted. Defense said there's no crime been alleged. You've only satisfied 2/3 and you've rested now. You can't unrest your case. You can do cross, but why would I present an argument when you haven't proved a crime was committed? I've seen it in case studies in the civilian world where they dumb fuck it all up. They prove my gun was there, but they never proved I was there. The defense is like, Your Honor, I'm asking for a dismissal with prejudice. They never presented any evidence. Motive means an opportunity. You proved motive, you proved means, you never proved opportunity. You never proved the defendant was present the night the person got shot. The judge has no choice. Ouchie big ouchie. Now the judge has discretion. The judge can kick it without prejudice. But double jeopardy says if you've put on a full-throated prosecution of the person and you fucked up, the person shouldn't then have to risk being brought back to court. A jury's been impaneled. Arguments made. Now, unfortunately, and this is what's stupid, and I hate this about our society, however many homicides your local jurisdiction has, I think it is bullshit that you can have a person charged simultaneously with murder 1 or murder 2 and homicide 1 of the same victim. Excuse me, Your Honor, there's only one dead body. Does the prosecution believe this was murder 2 or homicide 1? Because they're charging my client with both. You can't kill the same person twice. Well, what they do is they hope that if the jury doesn't hit this threshold, the jury still agrees. That's why I think vertical and horizontal overcharging is bullshit. Look, if you think I killed them with a gun, then the only thing that I should be charged with is murder 1, premeditated murder. Okay. But don't try to fucking hit me with murder 1 and assault with a deadly weapon. Assault is injury, murder is death. Did I injure them or did I murder them? Because you get, and they've talked about this with juries, you get a person that's charged with murder 1, premeditated murder, assault with a deadly weapon, unlawful possession of a weapon. Well, the jury sees a person charged with 5 or 6 things, and it's the jury that says, well, he's charged with 5 things. So I don't think he did this, but I think he did something. Well, that's bullshit. If this is the main crime, then the jury should be deciding my fate on murder for murder's sake. Now, if you're charging me with the murder of Fei Lin and unlawful discharge of a firearm and assault with a deadly because I hit Salty Bread in the leg, then that works because we have a lot of da-da-da. Now, Salty Bread, you said multiple life sentences are weird. Infinity times 2 is still infinity. Because there's, in a lot of jurisdictions in America, a life sentence is 25 years. This is one of those parts of America bullshit where you're sentenced to life, so what's the first opportunity for parole? That's why they give people consecutive life sentences instead of concurrent life sentences. Because when you're sentenced concurrently, you're sentenced to 3 life sentences. Every day you're in jail is 1 day to each life sentence. When you're sentenced consecutively, the soonest you can even come up for parole on this charge is 25 years. But they don't bother having your parole hearing on this charge because now you have to do 25 years on this charge before you're eligible for parole. Then you got to do 25. So you have 3 life sentences back to back. Over here, you become eligible for parole after 25 years. Unfortunately, it's a bite in the ass on how we set up federal guidelines. And a lot of states, and I have no idea why they would believe this, but a lot of states looked at the federal guidelines and said, "Oh yeah, those are good. We want to emulate those. We want to benchmark those. We want to copy those. We need mandatory executions for crimes. Mass shooters get executed by firing squad, no exceptions." Nope, the exception is they have to be convicted. But I agree with you. I agree with your sentiment. You killed multiple people. President Jalan, in my prison reform, if you are sentenced to any amount of time that your age plus the time of your sentence exceeds 125 years, your sentence is a death sentence. There's no fucking about. There's no fucking about. We're not going to keep you alive. You're just done. Yeah, life without the possibility of parole should be, we'll keep you in there, find you an appellate lawyer, and expedite your appeals. I think China executed some pedos the first time last week. I think they might have as well. I know that they finally... No, they executed sex offenders against minors last year. And the year before. So they've been chopping them down. Hey, Trump, you're fired. Take your hair. Get out of here. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Unfortunately, the way it's going, I wish that the Democrats would win the House and flip the Senate in the fall. I really do. Mathematically, it is possible. Mathematically, it is possible for the Democrats to take control of the House with a supermajority and have 71 seats in the Senate. Mathematically possible. Realistically possible, not so much. But do we really want JD Vance as president? If we're gonna, unfortunately, if we impeach Donald Trump and we convict Donald Trump, we get 10 years of JD Vance. Because JD Vance then just has to run with the right running mate. And who to the left? Well, let's not talk about who the left has that's any good or who the right has. Let's talk about who the Democrats have, and the answer is nobody. The Democrats don't have anybody. The Republicans don't have really anybody. Our problem is we're not in the business of creating statesmen, because we're in the business of people not even understanding their government. I really like this creator normally. I really, really, really like this creator. And I had to respond to this creator, and I'm going to show you some of the responses that I had with this creator.
The U.S. is a republic, not a... Get your book, I'm getting the board. Should have done this lesson a long time ago. I don't know who started this ridiculous rumor, but I really want to have a long talk with them.
I started this ridiculous rumor. You can come have a fucking long talk with me. I normally really, really like this creator's content. But the problem is, the U.S. is a constitutional republic, not a democracy. That is a true statement. The United States is a constitutional republic. We are not a democracy. If you want a full definition, we are a constitutional republic with free elections constituting a representative democracy. Now, what I'm gonna let her cook for a second, because she's not blatantly incorrect, but she makes an association here that is really, really troubling because it's too easy of an answer.
The United States of America is, in fact, a constitutional republic. And a constitutional republic is, in fact, a form of a democracy.
No, it is not. A constitutional republic is not a form of democracy. A constitutional republic may be a form of democracy. Iran is a constitutional republic. It's a theocratic constitutional republic as opposed to a democratic constitutional republic. But it is. Yeah, this constitutional republic takes the form of a type of democracy, because democracy has multiple forms. The problem here is a pure democracy is where things can only change in your government by a majority of eligible voters casting a decisional ballot, not a plurality. And where the trick is, and I don't want to leave, otherwise it restarts the video, but if I have 100 voters and 27 vote yes, 20 vote no, in a plurality, it passes. In a democracy of majority, it fails. Because in a democracy that is based on a plurality, it means you get the majority of votes that are cast. But in a majority democracy, it requires 51 yes votes, because we know there are 100 eligible voters. A plurality is 50% plus one of the votes cast. A majority democracy is 50% plus one of the total available votes. Now, yes, a constitutional republic can be a democracy, but it doesn't have to.
Don't worry, I'm going to break it down for you. Because I know you don't believe me at this point, but you will. Now, a constitutional republic is a form of democracy in which...
That's a form of democracy in which is what she needed to say the last time.
citizens elect a representative to go to the government to vote and represent them on their behalf.
Yes, that is a representative democracy as a republic. Yes.
But these representatives are bound by something fundamental, something written. It's called a constitution. The Constitution protects individual citizens from the abusive nature of governmental overreach.
Yes, all of that is correct. That is where I said, I love this creator. She's normally on fucking point. Yes. A constitution is the framework that protects the people.
Specifically, the Constitution's there to protect minority rights. I know, it's like a swear word of the woke culture for you idiots.
Yes, that is actually true. The Constitution of the United States does not protect the majority. The Constitution of the United States protects the minority. Why? Because a democracy is an evil form of government if it doesn't have a written constitution. Because the example I give all the time that makes people uncomfortable is that the United States is 55% white and 13% black. And by this number, because the white people make up a statistical majority, if they voted along race lines, then in a pure democracy, the white people could vote to kill all the black people. And you would say, oh my God, that's morally reprehensible. And I would say, you're right. Welcome to the pitfalls of a pure democracy. Yeah, why does the majority need the protection? They have the control. Exactly.
Combines democratic principles with a strict limitation of government overreach. Yeah, the same overreach we're starting to see happen on a daily basis. That's an attack on your democracy, by the way.
So this right here is where I have the problem with it. Because, and I made this comment. You said constitutional republic equals democracy. That is false. When you use the equal sign in math, the equal sign means today, tomorrow, your birthday, Jesus's birthday, Christmas, New Year's, equals will always equal. A constitutional republic does not have to be a democracy. Rome was a constitutional republic. It was not a democracy. It looked like a democracy. It talked like a democracy. But in Roman elections, the outcome of the election was often already determined before the males voted, because women didn't have the right to vote. But women were still subject to the government. But they didn't have a right to vote. A democracy is from the people, by the people, for the people. From the will and the consent of the governed. That is a representational democracy. If you don't have that, you can still have a republic.
I'm just gonna leave this here, just so you can keep repeating it to yourself over and over again so you understand the rest of my lesson.
But the problem is that the rest of your lesson is going to all be factually incorrect because you've predicated it on constitutional republic equals democracy. If you had put representational democracy, representative democracy, part of democracy, simple democracy, will of the people democracy, I would have been like, cool. But the problem is she is a creator who reaches millions of people. And now we're going to be right back to this millions of people believing that a constitutional republic can only be a democracy. And then I say, well, what about Iran? What about Syria? What about Myanmar? What about Belarus? What about all these other countries that are constitutional republics? And your first statement is going to be, but they don't have free elections. And I'll say, you're right. So it's possible to be a constitutional republic without free elections? Yes. Now we have a problem.
Do you have a notebook? The first aspect of a constitutional republic is representative governance.
No. And this is where the other problem is. You're trying to put all three buckets together. Constitution, republic, democracy. A representative government is here under the republic piece. Because res publica, public matter. Like, we can't just stick our fucking heads in the sand and pretend that the language isn't important. Res publica, public matter, is what makes it a republic. Again, you could have a republic that's not a democracy. You could have a republic where you don't elect your representative, like the United States had until 1913, where you elected your state legislature, and your state legislature appointed your senator. Senators weren't always popularly elected. The United States, if it was a true representative democracy, we would vote for the Supreme Court. We wouldn't have the Electoral College. Now, the Electoral College, since 2020, has bound faithless electors by law. A Supreme Court ruling says the state can penalize electors that don't vote according to the will of the people. Well, if you're going to go that far, why the hell do we have the Electoral College then? If the purpose of the Electoral College was to ensure that the populace didn't make a mistake, then why do we bother having the Electoral College as it is? Whoever wins the popular vote in the state gets all the seats in the state, unless the state has subdivided out districts.
Citizens don't make the law. Citizens elect representatives to go make the law for them. I think what you're getting confused with is you think that democracy has to be a direct democracy. But
that's the key word. A democracy does not have to be a direct democracy. A direct democracy in America is when we put referendums on bills. Should weed be legal? Yes or no? If the majority of the people vote yes, weed is now legal. If the majority of the people vote no, then weed stays illegal. That is a direct democracy.
don't worry, we wouldn't let some of you vote on tariffs because you still don't understand what they are. Second aspect, constitutional limitations. The government cannot make law that contravenes, that goes against the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution is the fundamental democratic principle.
No, a constitution is not a fundamental democratic principle.
It's the thing protecting you from government overreach.
Yes, a constitution protects the people from government overreach. It has nothing to do with being a democratic part. I think the big problem is because we use democratic, Republican, people are confusing political parties with political affiliation, with political theory. I am not a Republican because I like the ideas of republics. I am not a Democrat because I like the idea of democracies.
Do you get it yet at all? The Constitution is the founding principle of your democracy. It doesn't...
Yes, the Constitution is the founding principle of our democracy because our Constitution is democratic in nature. Iran's Constitution, Iran is a theocratic constitutional republic because their supreme leader is elected by the religious body. They still have a constitution. They still have elections for president. But they're not a democracy, they're a theocracy because their highest leadership is appointed by the religious clergy.
Contravene it. Number 3, rule of law. In a democracy, the legal framework of that nation takes precedent over power and whim of elected officials and the abuse of the majority.
In a constitutional republic, the framework prevents the abuse of the majority. Yes. Yes, that is true.
The majority can't do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it. That's the point of a constitution, and that's the thing that guy down there is trying to shred. Number 4, separation of powers.
Okay, yeah.
3 branches of government, all separate but equal. That is the foundation of democratic principles.
No, that is not the foundation of democratic principles. That is the foundation of constitutional principles. What are the rules? The Constitution. In a democracy, you wouldn't have separation of powers because in a straight democracy, the people would be voting directly on these things. You would not have an executive branch and a legislative branch because the people would be the legislative branch.
It's the idea that no one branch can ever rise to a level of power to negate the other two. That's why all these executive orders make absolutely no sense. He is trying to negate the...
This right here is where you can tell she made the content because she wanted to talk shit about Trump, which is fine, but you missed the boat because you keep bringing up things you want to take pot shots at Trump. And again, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a purist. I want to talk about constitutional theory so that the people understand constitutional theory.
The other two branches, thus undermining your democracy.
No, it would be undermining your constitution. See, my problem is I really usually like this content creator, but you don't understand American government enough to be making a 5-minute TikTok trying to teach people when you have an agenda and you have a bias.
Maybe if he convinces you guys aren't a democracy, you would just not even notice when he's undermining it and overriding your power. Is that what he's trying to do? Maybe. Number 5, protection of rights. The Constitution is there to protect individual rights, to stop the tyranny of the majority from usurping their rights and overrunning everything that they stand for.
Usurping was a bad word there, but I'll let it slide. Yes, a constitutional framework is there to protect the minority.
All of these things go into building a democracy.
No, all of those fucking things, which you literally said at the beginning, go into building a constitutional republic.
These components work together to ensure that your voice is heard, that your rights are protected, and the government never can usurp those rights because they want to.
Okay, let me, because English is not my first language. Yes, usurp is by definition by definition, usurp is an appropriate word. It's not the word I would use, but it's appropriate.
And the majority can't rally together and create some sort of mob rule. Bottom line, and listen up here, a constitutional republic is a type of democracy.
No, a constitutional republic is not a type of democracy. Because if a constitutional republic is a type of democracy, then it can only be a type of democracy. A constitutional republic can be a democracy. That people are going to say you're arguing semantics. Iran is a theocratic constitutional republic with free elections, but it is radically different than the United States. Great Britain is a constitutional monarchy with democratic elections. Other countries are constitutional monarchies or constitutional republics or whatever they are because it's 3 boxes. What's your framework? A constitution. What's your government type? Democracy, republic, monarchy. What is your elections? Free, false, fake, real, right?
It is not direct democracy, and it will not allow for mob rule to override individual rights and do whatever they see fit. That's what somebody is trying to do right now in the United States. And every time you all say, we don't live in a democracy, you're all but ensuring it.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is that you're supposed to be an educator, and you're not supposed to bring your bias into it. You're supposed to educate truthfully. America is not a democracy. America is a constitutional republic with free elections. But we haven't always been. Until 1913, we didn't elect our Senate. Until about 6 presidents in, the second most person to get votes in the Electoral College was the vice president. We don't directly elect the Supreme Court. We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional federal republic with democratic elections. It's not I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the democracy for which it stands. It's to the republic for which it stands. We can't keep having conversations with people that, like, why do we want to dig our heels in and say we're a democracy when there's an awful lot of things that even the people can't get? Even the will of the people doesn't get what they want. We have separation of powers. If those different branches stand by and don't enforce their rights and responsibilities, that isn't on the branch overstepping their bounds. Yeah. You're absolutely right. This right here, what Grumpy Old Man brings up, is a flaw of a republic. I elect giant medium plague doctor. I elect medium plague doctor to be president. On the hope, on the dream, on the premise that medium plague doctor is going to look out for my best interests. But there's no guarantee that he will. I want to bring something to controversial because it'll help people understand. Roe versus Wade. A majority of people wanted Roe versus Wade to not get overturned. The majority of America did not want Roe versus Wade overturned. A very small minority of people did. It shows that a widely supported position can be overturned through a constitutional mechanism rather than a direct majority vote. But if we were living in a true representative democracy, the Supreme Court would have never overruled or overturned Roe versus Wade. If you don't understand the rules of the different forms of government, and you're caught up on defending the argument America is a democracy. No, America is a constitutional republic with democratic elections. In so much that we have direct elections for some positions and indirect elections for other positions, and no elections at all for other positions. The Supreme Court process is a purely republic process. But I put those people in power through representational democracy. You're right. You elected the president who makes the nomination. You elected the senators who hold the confirmation hearing. Not a damn one of them have to do what you want. That's the Achilles heel of a republic. The Achilles heel of a democracy is that unless you have a true direct democracy with majority, it's the will of the concerned, not the will of the majority. What do I mean by that? We know that somebody with a complaint versus somebody who's satisfied, they will have radically different impacts on your small business. Somebody who's satisfied about your business will tell approximately 1 to 3 people about their satisfaction, and they might do 1 or 2 blind recommendations, and in the end, after a couple of days of them having had their fence fixed or their sink fixed or whatever, it's no longer a non-starter for them. They're satisfied. They don't talk about it. People with complaints will tell 10 or more people their complaint about your business. They will give 100 or more derogatory comments about your business, and for months, if not years after the fact, they will jump in on any topic that has to do with your industry or you specifically. People that haven't flown Southwest Airlines in fucking years are more than happy to tell me 10 years later why they don't fly Southwest Airlines. They get all mad when I look at them and I say I didn't ask. Because you didn't ask me why I do fly Southwest Airlines. I can't believe you fly Southwest Airlines. They're such a ripoff, 20 fucking minutes later that they changed and all these changes and they made the seats smaller and they don't always to put you on the aircraft, they said, and fucking overhead bin space. And why do you fly Southwest? Because I have PTSD and airports make me nervous, and Southwest is the only airport that has direct connections from my airport to MCO. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Makes sense. I just had to fucking sit here and listen to you for 20 fucking minutes, ramble on and on and on about why I shouldn't fly Southwest, and as soon as I tell you it's the only airline with direct flights to where I'm going, your whole argument disappears like smoke because you say, oh, I guess that's okay. They made you downgrade from first class once because they overbooked. Yeah, and I hate that shit. I hate that shit. But I understand. Now, I don't get downgraded because I'm pretty sure there's a little marker in my account that's like, don't fuck with this guy. This guy knows all the federal regulations for compensation. We've overbooked first class. We're going to go through. We're going to bump this guy. Nope, not that guy. Not that guy's wife. Not that guy's kid. Shit. Well, out of 15 first class seats, right? They're like, oh shit, this is a bad day. We'll say 18 seats just to make it nice and easy. We have 18 first class seats, and the Jalan family is sitting in these 3, and we have to get this guy put in the first class. We're not fucking with his family. There's a big fucking don't fuck with this guy. Otherwise, that guy's gonna be flying on our aircraft for free and have $4,000 worth of vouchers. We'll just fuck with somebody else. It's like, I went to an airport. I was supposed to fly out of West Palm Beach Airport. They told me that I couldn't fly out of there because they had no flights going. They're like, we only fly to like 3 places. We're not a hub. We're just the end leg, so you got to go to Charleston or 2 other places. So I drove down to Miami. I got down to Miami and I walked up and there's my name on the board, standby. And I walked right up to the counter. I said, hey, that's me, but I'm not standby. And they're like, well, we have you marked as standby because I said to the very nice ticket lady, I was like, okay, well then what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to let you know that I'm invoking stranded passenger and you've stranded me. You rerouted me from West Palm 2.5 hours south to Miami. So you can pay for my rental car. You can pay for my gas. You can pay for my mileage. You can pay for my inconvenience because I went to the airport you told me to go to, and now you've put me on standby. By the way, I'm invoking stranded passenger. Your competitor has a flight from Miami to the airport in Ohio that I'm going to, and it's a $4,000 first class seat. And I know it's open because I can book it right now and it's in my cart. I'm currently holding it. So either you're putting me on this airplane going from Miami to Texas back to Ohio, or you're giving me $4,400 because I'm a stranded passenger and you stranded me. Sir, let me just go ahead and do this for you. She bumps somebody else off the flight, and now I'm suddenly not standby, and that the next time the board updated, I'm off the standby list and somebody else is on it. I understand why airlines do that, but you're not fucking stranding me because I know what the law is. You have to compensate me up to this much. I'm claiming stranded passenger. You moved me geographically from one airport to another at my cost on the premise that I had a plane ticket. You don't want to give me that plane ticket. Give me $4,400 so I can get on your competitor's airline and pay the $500 for my rental car. Or do the right thing and put me on the fucking airplane. And they did. Then when I got to Texas, I walked up and I said, hey, I'm supposed to be on this flight. And they said, yeah, but you didn't check in time, so we bumped you. I didn't check in on time because your fucking airline kept me on the tarmac for 25 minutes. I need to get on this flight. And I'm looking around and I see an awful lot of airline people. I said, you can't bump me off of a flight to non-flight crew deadhead somebody. If you're telling me that I've been bumped because you're deadheading active crews, I have to accept that. But if you're deadheading rest crews, they can go on the next flight. I'm the customer. I was on the plane. And it's not like I'm trying to be an asshole. It's not like I'm trying to be pretentious. It's not like I'm trying to be a pain in the ass. But if someone's going to sit in an airport for 2.5 more hours, it's going to be a person that doesn't know the law. Well, why is the law important? Because the law exists so that airlines can't do that. It's so that the customer isn't impacted. It's a constitutional republic. You have to know how the laws work. But we don't. So we have people literally saying derogatory shit to me like, put the fries in the bag. Ironically, I have a degree in political science. Ironically, if we want to be the most correct, we don't call America a democracy. We also need to keep reminding people of something. Socialism and capitalism are not primary civic systems. Socialism and communism are primarily economic models. They are not primarily governance models. And that is important. That is desperately important because, and I don't have it. I don't know why I don't have it. Somebody said something really, really good. I just didn't copy it over. And what the person said was, oh, that's because what somebody said was, and I agree with this. Somebody made a TikTok where their whole TikTok was just one thing. Their TikTok was communism is basic human decency. And I agree. It wasn't because they overbooked, it was because they had to change planes and the other plane didn't have as many first class seats. Yeah, and that's bullshit. In their purest form, yes, but then you have systems like Stalinism. Right. But the problem is Stalinism, again, is a form of communism. All Stalinism is communism. Not all communism is Stalinism. Stalin, when people study Marx and they study Stalin, what they end up doing is they end up equating Marxism with all socialism must be Marxist. No. Marx laid the foundation for socialism, and then he took it further to say, in my version of socialism, Stalin took communism and said, how do we take this and form a government system that also has an aristocracy? And then you say that to people, you can have an aristocracy inside of communism. And they say, no, you can't. In communism, everybody's equal. No. That's at the very last dot of the spectrum of purist communism. The problem with the very last dot on the spectrum of purist communism, human beings could not achieve utopia in one generation. There is no fucking way that we could, in one generation, reach the end goal utopia. I made this yesterday because I'm so tired of all the fucking hate in our country. I'm so tired of it. Love one another as I have loved you. Or love one another as I loved you. Pretty fucking clear, right? Jesus pops down out of heaven, grabs a Big Mac, runs into a farmer and says, love one another as I've loved you. And the typical American response, what about the Muslims and the Jews? Right? That would be what they say. And here's Jesus' response. Did I stutter? I am tired of living in a fucking country where people say, I'm a good Christian, and then the next 20 minutes of words that come out of their mouth are all words that very much so detail why they're actually a very shitty Christian. When I say the statement, 1 in 6 American children live in poverty, if the next words out of your mouth aren't, how do we fix that? You're part of the fucking problem. But I understand. You're like, I get it. I understand, Jay. 1 in 6 American kids live in poverty. But there's nothing that I can do about it because I have mouths to feed. And that is literally what I asked the question yesterday, and I'm going to try to get back to, if the very least I can do every day is post the question of the day, then I'm going to try to do that. Is it better to feed 365 people for one day or one person for a year? And what we have is neither. I got my own mouths to feed. Dude, you are so fucking below. You are so fucking below, like, Is it better to do this or that? I didn't ask you to fucking pay for it. I asked you if... Shut up. Take away this guy's right to vote. Asmongold said not everybody should have the right to vote. I agree. I agree. Take away this person's right to vote. Because I asked you a question because I want to know your ethics, your values, your morals, your philosophies, your critical thinking. And your answer is neither. I got my own mouths to feed. Hey, dumb fuck. If you have your own mouths to feed, maybe your mouths to feed fall into the 365 people that I was going to feed today. Somebody else said, take the money and buy food for animal shelters. Why do hungry animals and hungry people have to compete with each other? If you want to feed animals, then go feed animals. If you want to feed people, feed people. I do like this guy's answer. I like this guy's answer. I'm feeding 365 one time for several reasons. I couldn't pick just one, and if you feed one person for a year, they will get lazy. If you feed 365 one time, you give them the strength to work together to make more food. Fucking yes! This person can keep their right to vote. Yes, I love it. I love this answer. I love thought processing. I love this answer. I love this answer. Neither. Teach them to fish. Yes. Yes. I like both sides of the argument. I like the side of the argument that says, I'll feed 365 people because if I feed one person for a year, they'll become dependent. Yes, I love it. It's a great thought process. I love the opposite side of the thought process. I'll feed one person for a whole year so that person can focus on improving their life. So then maybe after a year, they'll be able to now sponsor a person for a year. Yes, I love it. I don't like the people that turn around and they want to start nitpicking, chewing up, disregarding, minimalizing, marginalizing the thought process of doing good. I want to say, how do we do good work? Yeah, you didn't consider they could become dependent. It's a thought exercise where we take the thought exercise and we say, what's the good and what's the bad? What's the positive? What's the negative? There are very rarely ever any decision points on your matrix that are going to be net sum zero, right? Very rarely are you going to have a net sum zero or an all net positive answer. Oregon decided to decriminalize drugs. They thought by decriminalizing drugs, it would reduce people's dependency. The problem is you were the only fucking major city or the only state to do it. So all your neighboring states exported their junkies to you because their junkies could go there and not get arrested for being junkies. And then you have people, for the third fucking time this week, a firefighter, a paramedic, an EMT is having to give somebody Narcan. The problem is we are a federal constitutional republic, but because the states all choose to be radically different, people move. If moving is as simple as across a border, people are going to move across the border. Shop Near Me kept putting a bin out to deter a woman that greeted everyone and shared good cheer. After a while, the bin being there and not back and forth, they eventually put a permanent advertising billboard sign. She sits in front of the sign, but she's out of the weather a bit more. I'm gonna need a little bit more words. So they wanted to run off a homeless person. You had a spot where I fed the homeless. One day I came back to the spot and they weren't there. I talked to one of the few and they said she told me the cops came and trespassed them. Yeah. There is a organization, I think they're down in Texas. They get a different person to give out the food every day, because every single day, whichever member of their organization gives out the food, they get a ticket for feeding the vagrants. Okay, so we're giving tickets. We're giving tickets for people that are just trying to do the human decent thing. I want to say this. Doing the human decent thing is so fucking hard, right? I played around with Monday after my show. I played around with the idea of, as I always say to people, you got to have a plan. Do you know how fucking hard in America it is to do charity work? Do you have any idea? Say out of nowhere, PGN started making $100,000 a month. Let's just pretend that one day I'm in the right place at the right time and the right group of people find me and I become more popular, and instead of 27 viewers, I have 27,000 viewers, and the income goes up accordingly. Instead of making $4,000 a year, we're making $4 million a year. Well, I think everybody that follows my show knows I don't want other people's money. I want to leverage other people's money to do good things. I don't take anything for doing this. That's why PGN Music has 700 or more tracks on it. That's why we donate to Extra Life for Kids. But so I started running the numbers. I would have to form a 501c3 to do charity work. So in order for me to do proper charity work, I can't do the proper charity work through PGN Inc. I would have to do yet another corporate structure. Or C3.
Dance.
A 501c3 is a charity organization. So I would have to form a charity organization, and I would have to have 2 other board members because I'm the CEO over here. So if PGN was making money, if we got to the point where we were generating resources, I would have to form another organization that I would have to donate money to. And then from that, I do good works. What the fuck? Why have we made the rules so convoluted just to do charity work? And looking it up, the reason why we've become so convoluted, yeah, because there are so many organizations that have abused it. And so now the IRS has to make sure that we tax the entities that are hiding as nonprofits. And remember, there's a difference between a nonprofit and a charity organization. There's a nonprofit, there's a not-for-profit, and there's a charity organization. But did you know that if I say somebody walked in right now and they saw my article? If you didn't see, I finally, my hands didn't hurt so much on Monday after the show. I actually wrote an article. And that article was, and look at this. Look at this specific number, right? I'm not saying that I need 40,000 give or take. I know the dollar amount that I would need to help 3 families, 7 lives, 3 groups, 7 lives. I need $40,539.69 to help those save 7 lives. And the problem is, on Monday, a guy came in. I was all energized on Monday. Guy came in. Israel is committing more crimes and no one cares. I said, I care. And the response was, no one that matters. You've got 29 watcher. You're no one. Well, first of all, I'm in the top 1% of Twitch. I think a lot of people misunderstand that Twitch's has an aristocracy. Twitch has the enumerated people. But yeah, I'm a no one. But the problem is I need $6,500 to save a veteran. I need $9,039.69. Look at that fucking direct, like, I know how much this veteran got fucked by. I need $25,000 to get a woman and her 4 kids out of a place where the husband's a fucking rapist. This woman that I'm trying to help, I said to her, her husband raped her Sunday night going into Monday, Monday going into Tuesday, Tuesday going into Wednesday. He's raped her 3 nights in a row. And I said to her, I said, well, you need to do something soon. And she's like, I just don't know what to do. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I said, you need to go to the police. And she said, but if he stops helping, then I lose everything. And I said, what are you going to do when, or she said to me, I said, you need to go to the shelter, you need to do whatever, because you need to get the fuck away from him. And she said, well, if I go to the police, how do I explain it to them why their dad got arrested, why their dad is gone? And if you know me, I don't have a lot of tolerance for people's bullshit. And what I said back to her is said, how are you going to explain it to your 11-year-old when her dad rapes her? Because if mom, first of all, we're talking about a rapist here. Okay, we're talking about a real piece of shit. Not high up the food chain type of individual. We're talking about a guy that rapes his wife. If a guy rapes his wife, it's not too far of a stretch that if the wife denies him enough times, that he'll go rape his daughter. Why can I say it's not too far of a stretch? Because we have thousands and thousands and thousands of case reports where that's the baseline of the story. Mom can't get away, or mom can't get away with the kids. Mom gets away, tries to launch a legal campaign to get the kids, and before CPS, DCFS can get the kids out from under dad's care, they find out, well, dad's aggression turned towards the oldest daughter. And she got mad when I said to her, well, if you're not willing to explain to your kids why dad's in jail for raping their mom, what are you going to say to your next oldest daughter when you have to explain to her why her dad raped her? That lit a fire under her ass. The nearby shelters, the best help the nearby shelters can give her is, we can get you Greyhound tickets if you have somewhere to go. He's trashed her credit. He's trashed her rental history. The system that is designed to protect landlords simultaneously is designed to keep battered individuals. I'm not going to say battered women, because men get the financial abuse as well. But she struggles to get leases because she's got a history of evictions. That is the world we live in. The laws are obsolete. We don't have a system of laws and support and socialism. Like Bernie Sanders, I get it. Bernie Sanders wants to take care of Medicare for all. But then he won't ever engage with anybody that says to him things like, you want Medicare for all, it's going to cost $4 trillion a year. How are you going to pay that? It's not about Medicare for all. It's about small steps first. Bernie Sanders is trying to go from this to this all in one bite. If 91 and change, I think it's 2% of Americans have some sort of health insurance, then our first goal is, how do we help the other 8%? Let's fix the fact that 8% of people don't have health insurance. Let's take little bites. But Bernie Sanders is trying to fix the whole fucking problem in one go. Universal health care for all would cost at least $3, but more likely $4 trillion a year. We only took in $4.1 trillion in tax revenue. You want to run the rest of the fucking government on $100 billion? But if we take smaller bites, then we can start fixing some stuff. If you do smaller bites, maybe we don't need to come up with a $4 trillion fix. Maybe the United States starts producing insulin at $25 a vial. Maybe the United States starts making EpiPens at $20 an EpiPen. Well, all these other companies would cry. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the other companies. I give a shit about human decency. My daughter didn't ring me up from the womb and say, "Dad, I'd like to be allergic to bees when I appear." She's allergic to bees. She needs to carry an EpiPen. Without an EpiPen, she will fucking die. I don't know how much clearer to make it than that. She didn't ask for that. Her mom wasn't a crackhead. Her mom's not responsible for her having a birth defect. Because let's be honest, if we want to just keep it in the realm of responsibility and ownership, being allergic to bees is a birth defect. Are all humans allergic to bees? No. Well, then your model is defective. EpiPens are $3 worth of epinephrine and about $6 worth of plastic. Yet an EpiPen is $600. But Bernie Sanders wants to fix the whole system in one go. $4 trillion. Okay, where are we going to get the extra doctors? Because even if we're not going to address the 8% of people that don't see a doctor, we have critical healthcare shortages in doctors, nurses, med techs, med admin, surgeons, anesthesiologists, neurologists, pulmonologists. Without looking at any other records, everything I just listed, we know we're short on. We're short on nurses to the tune of almost 100,000. Want to teach you a little something about how the government likes to minimize shortages. So today is Wednesday, and we decide that for every doctor, we're going to have a nurse, 2 med techs, and 1 med admin. And the med admin person isn't administrative level. Med admin is the person who makes sure scheduling is done, rotations are done, future appointments are booked, and that all the charting and documentation is proper. They're the person, they're the paperwork person. So we know for a fact for every doctor we need this. So we know that we're short 20,000 doctors. So we're short 20,000 nurses. We're short 40,000 med techs, and we're short 40,000 med admin people. The way the government will fucking manipulate studies is they'll say some shit like, well, you don't need 2 med techs for every doctor. You need 3 med techs for every 2. Thus reducing the total number of med techs by 25%. That's nice. Hold on. By what logic did you come up with this? Oh, well, we just think. You just think that you can change the numbers of support people without any sort of logic, any sort of sanity, any sort of thought process. So the Department of Defense is really good for this. I had a book, and it's called The Manning Standard. And in the Manning Standard, I ran the Manning Standard, and it said that I should have 73 personnel because I have 61 tails on base. Then they came along and they added a whole new squadron, which is 12 tails. So they took us up to 73. And I said, I need 73 personnel for 61 aircraft. You've added 12 new aircraft. The Manning Standard says I get 6 more people. And they said, oh, by the way, we've redone the Manning Standard. You only get 52 personnel for 61 planes now. And by the way, at any given point in time, 12 of those people will be deployed. And you said, I said, could somebody please walk me through how we came up with this number? I'm not kidding. Their justification was there's a number here and a multiplier here, and this number times this multiplier is how many bodies you got. All they did was make that multiplier bigger. So that, or I'm sorry. Yeah, made that multiplier bigger. So I got less people. And I was like, yeah, but how did you derive that number changing? Oh, we didn't. We just changed it. So I'm supposed to have people to run pump houses and fill trucks and spot trucks and maintain trucks and drive trucks and move on the flight line and do schedules and do aerial refueling, rebuilding, and do training and do lab testing and all these things I'm supposed to do. And that's where we get to the number. And your whole response was to just change the multiplier. Yeah. Fuck it. You didn't take any work away from me. You didn't take any responsibilities. You didn't take any obligations. We're already working 3-4 Panama on 12s. Fuck it. I guess we can just work 60 hours a day then. The person said, that's the spirit. I said, you're from A1, right? They said, yeah. I said, you understand that on the 61st day of me running 60-hour weeks, that calls for a full manpower study. And they're like, yeah, but it's not going to change anything. That fucking study, my friend, has to go up through the wing commander, to the MAGCOM, to the numbered Air Force, to the MAGCOM commander, to the Pentagon. And the person was like, no, it doesn't. Grab the book, hand him the book, and I said, yes, it does. Well, how do you know that? Because I did manpower studies at the MAGCOM before this assignment. And this genius person said, well, you're only a second lieutenant. You didn't have a previous assignment. You're a fucking tech sergeant. Why are you so fucking stupid? But you can't say that. That's my problem. I'll never be popular. Because when stupid ass people say stupid ass shit, my response is always, why are you so stupid? And because they don't want to address their stupidity. Guy says to me on the video that I wrote up, I said, yeah, this video's a miss because you've done some equations that aren't quite right. Guy says, just put the fries in the bag. Well, what did I say that was wrong? But your response is put the fries in the bag. The internet is why the internet is why our society is going to hell in a handcart. Social media is why we are going to hell in a handbasket. We are FedEx to hell straight away. Because people say shit like, we'll put the fries in the bag. You have a TikToker who's monumentally successful with most of her videos, and she made a mistake. Nobody asked me what my qualifications were. People are like, put the fries in the bag. I'm not saying that education always means you're right. I will never say education always means you're right. I've met a lot of girls in college that there was no shortage of hair ties on their wrist the week of grades. I'll just leave it at that. I've met a lot of guys in college that 2 + 2 = Jello, but they play football. I think we all know that. I'm not saying that having a college degree makes you an expert, but I'm saying that if you have a college degree in something and the person that wants to criticize you doesn't have a college degree in that, it would be at least nice if they paused and thought for a second and said, maybe I'll ask a question or two, well, to see what this like, so you're saying the United States isn't democratic at all? No, the United States is democratic. We're a representative democracy. A representative democracy is not a synonym for a constitutional republic. The problem is it's easier to say the phrase America is a democracy is an oversimplification, but it's easier to say than America is a structured constitutional federal republic utilizing representative democracy where we have some free direct elections, some indirect elections, and some positions by appointment and confirmation. And the person's like, yeah, fuck it, too many words. What would that be on a Reddit thread? Too long, didn't read democracy. But you know what I'm saying? People want to get involved with the intellectual conversation, but they don't want to use words. I have a friend, she's been my friend for 20 plus years. And she misunderstood something I was saying to her. And her response was, she said, Democrat, non-religious, Democrat and non-religious. I said, well, I'm neither of those things. Her first response is, you're a filthy Republican. Why is it that if I say I'm not a Democrat, people automatically assume that I am a Republican? And what makes the Republicans filthy? Because they disagree with you? They want it in one sentence so they can avoid all the real talking points. They want it in one sentence because one sentence is all they can defend. One sentence is all they like. Being smart in America or Western Europe is a downside now. It's looked down upon. Yeah, calling someone filthy is a great way to have a civil and meaningful conversation. So you're against all of the Republican Party's platform? You're against all of it. So you want higher taxes? No, I don't want higher taxes. Oh. You want big government? No. Oh, well, so far, 2 for 2, you're a Republican. And you say, well, no, the reason why I'm a Democrat is because I support a woman's right to choose. Oh, so you're a single issue voter. Yeah. So if we resolved abortion completely, if we resolved abortion by constitutional amendment, it would never come up again. All your other issues, you agree with the filthy Republicans, but because you're a single issue voter, you stay with the Democratic Party because of your single most important issue. Yeah, cool. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way it's supposed to work. When your issue is resolved, you might change political parties because the other political party is the one that is advocating for your one issue. Up until the mid 80s, educated people were in the Republican Party. College graduates were in the Republican Party. The Republican Party was the aristocracy. The Democratic Party was the filthy, dirty, labor, unwashed masses. And then the Democratic Party started talking about student debt relief. And people that are buried under $300,000 in student loans are pretty much single issue voters. Which party is gonna resolve my fucking student debt? The Democrats. Oh, okay. I'll vote Democrat. I promise you. I fucking promise Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, the very moment you issue student debt relief, you will see an exodus of educated people out of the Democratic Party back to the Republican Party. Because they're only there because the one issue that kicks their ass every single payday is their student loans. That's what's wrong with a two-party system. Because a two-party system becomes, if you're not for me, then you're against me. Okay, Anakin. Look, I don't think somebody is a dirty, unwashed Democrat. I think that they have views that make them a Democrat. I don't think someone's a filthy Republican. I think they have views that make them a Republican. I think the big problem is everybody wants their issue fixed first. But some of the issues are low-hanging fruit. And a rising tide lifts all boats. If we fixed some of the low-hanging fruit and that fixed some of the issues, then maybe we wouldn't need as much money to fix other issues. For example, Bernie Sanders wants Medicare for all. Well, maybe if we started teaching, if Medicare for all is going to cost $4 trillion a year, that's a big ask. But if for $1 billion a year, we can teach anatomy, physiology, health, hygiene, and nutrition in schools, then maybe over the course of 35 years, the total number of people that need Medicare for all would go down because we increased people's ability to care for themselves. Maybe instead of Medicare for all being the answer, maybe we push that back on the states to say, states, you need to take over funding Medicaid. We're going to stop collecting money for Medicaid and you're going to pay it. Exactly. Then you might need to change some food regulations. Give me 1 second. We'll talk about that's a lot smaller. Okay, so what Salty Bread said, we decide that it's going to cost $4 trillion a year to do Medicare for all, and we don't have that. There's no way we're ever going to have that. So we're going to start working a little bit and making healthcare changes. So instead of trying to eat the elephant all in one bite, over here, what we're going to do is we're going to fix pricing. Because we could probably get pricing through where hospitals can no longer offer different deals to different insurance companies. Truth in pricing. One price. No more in-network doctors, no more out-of-network doctors, none of that shit. What you have is every single procedure that your hospital offers is going to be on a fucking menu. It's going to have this cost to it. Everybody pays that cost. So we fix that. And we come over here and we fix medication pricing, right? And then over here in schools, we teach kids health. We teach kids nutrition, basic first aid, anatomy and physiology, so people actually understand. And then you say, okay, well, along with this health, right? Along with this health, we got to make some changes to the FDA. And I agree with that. These are the real root solutions. But why I'm never going to be popular is because I want to fix it a little bit and then find where the next set of problems are. I want to fix it a little bit and then go through. And there's so much corruption even at the lowest level. Let me tell you about this fucking wonderful hoopla we have going on in my town. So in my town, the elementary school is over here. The middle school is here. The admin office is there. And here's the high school. All of this is run by the school board, of which a mom is in charge of the school board. Now, there's a boy who was teased, mocked, bullied all through middle school and part of the way through high school. He went and collected 150 signatures about the bullying to take to the administration. He made a Facebook post naming the child of the mom who runs the school board. She also runs the Facebook. She deleted the post, even though the boy who's being bullied never, ever, ever once mentioned the boy's name that he was being bullied. The mom has now gotten a temporary restraining order against the boy, so he can't even go to school during his senior year. Look, man, I got a simple solution for you. I'm gonna go tune up a motherfucker because a motherfucker is messing with the whole goddamn society. If your kid is a bully and you're protecting your kid, you're raising one of the Menendez boys. If your kid is a bully and you're protecting him, one day that kid is gonna fucking off you. People want to talk about Donald Trump this, Nancy Pelosi that, Congress this, Hakeem Jeffries that. The boy needed me as a friend. Right, but yeah, exactly. The problem is the school board is run by an ignorant ass woman. If an ignorant ass, uneducated individual can hold the school board hostage, hold the administration hostage, so the superintendent can expel the boy and have his lawyers address the situation, then because the administration could look at that TRO and say, our lawyer's going to intervene. This situation is completely ass backwards, Your Honor. That's the bully. That's the victim. So the TRO needs to get flipped and go the other way. Well, then the mom at the school board would just flip out and vote to remove the superintendent. Which is why I said this, and I help lots of people when I can deal with situations they have. I got called to the school about my daughter. My daughter was in the wrong. Well, when I walked in, I saw my daughter's phone sitting on the desk in the office. And there's the principal, the vice principal, the cop, and the social worker. And I walked in, and the principal starts talking, and I said, I'm sorry, we have to address something. That's my daughter's phone. Yes. Why is it in here? Well, we confiscated it. From where? Her locker. No, we need to talk about that, because you just broke the law. You just broke the law. You just committed grand larceny. And there's the cop. The cop, I looked over at the cop, and now the cop has this look on his face. And the principal's like, well, we have the right to. The right to, huh? Be real careful with that word. Did you call the school board or did you call the school attorney before you confiscated my daughter's phone? I called human resources. Man, that's not the school attorney. He's like, well, I think we're getting off. I said, no. You're not in charge of this meeting. I am. And he got this pissed off look on his face. I said, because if you're going to come in here and tell me what my daughter did wrong, I'm more than happy to listen to that. But I got to address, as the parent, the problem I have. This phone was locked in her locker, according to school policy, and you still feel you have the right to confiscate it. Well, yes, because we believe that I don't give a fuck what you, and he got mad because I said, I don't give a fuck what you believe. You have now admitted in front of an officer, you seized the phone you had no legal right to seize, and your top cover is you called human resources. Yeah. I want to let you know, if I was a different type of parent, I would be having that officer arrest you and you and you and you right now. But I'm not that type of parent, but we're going to do things according to the rules. Don't ever fucking confiscate my daughter's phone again unless it's in one of the places in the handbook that she's not allowed to be using her phone. But if her phone was in her locker, it's exactly where your handbook says. And the vice principal's like, well, I think we're wasting time. And I looked at her and I said, do you like your job? Because if you like your job, then acknowledge I'm telling you where you missed the job. No, it's the other daughter. Or if you're telling me that we're getting off task, then I'll just go and make sure you don't work here anymore because this is bullshit. Now, what's the problem? And they said, well, your daughter has da-da-da-da-da. And I said, allegedly. And they looked at me and I said, if you're going to accuse my daughter of a crime, can you please throw the word allegedly on it? Because you're not the court system. And then I looked at the cop and I said, just to be clear, are you here right now as a police officer or as the school liaison, or are you dual-hatted? He's like, well, right now I'm dual-hatted. I said, if this conversation line is making you uncomfortable, let me know and you can have a detective get rolled out to the school so that you can continue to be the school liaison officer and we can have a detective in here. And the cop was like, yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close to that point. So I said, why is my daughter not in this room right now? And they said, well, we wanted to talk to you first. I said, yeah, but I don't want to talk to you first. I need to talk to my child. This fucking principal's like, well, we can't let you talk to your daughter and stop. You can't let me? How about you try to fucking stop me? But I looked back at the cop. I said, because right about now, I'm going to say my daughter needs to be brought to me. And one of you is going to get up and go do that for me. Because the only answer is yes, sir. Or I'm going to take that officer through the building till I find my child. And then they realized, fuck, we stepped in it. My daughter gets brought down, and I ripped into my daughter. I said, where am I right now? She's like, you're in the school. I said, is this a big waste of my time? She says, yes. I said, in 10 words or less, tell me why I'm here. She's like, because I threatened my friend. Okay, that person's not your friend anymore. We're done with that. That's done. I said, why is your phone here? Because I have a photograph that I used to have a photograph I'm not supposed to have, but I deleted it. Cool, so it's not on there? Great, go away. Go to a class or something. I don't need you here now. So I looked at him, I said, so, we're here because you broke chain of evidence. You broke chain of custody. As far as I know, anything on my daughter's phone was put there by you. What is it? What's the end goal now? What are we looking for? And the principal was like dumbfounded. I was like, you've cocked this whole thing up. I said, don't behave like this. Because you're teaching the kids ass wrong. If my kid is wrong, you call me, you tell me what my kid did wrong, I get the phone, I tell my daughter to bring the phone down here. I go with you when I get here, and you confiscate the phone and turn it over to me, then the principal's like, well, we need you to open the phone. So that's never going to happen. Do you have a subpoena right now? No, that's not going to happen. I'm not opening the phone to show you anything. I will open the phone to show the officer. And I will now talk to the officer because you're crisscrossing the school's rules with the law. I looked at the officer and I said, I'll open this phone, you can thumb through it, or I will take the phone with me and my wife. We will go through it. We will pull all the sentimental photos off of the phone, all the Disney trip, pictures of cats, pictures of family. Then I will format the phone. I will go, then when the phone is clean, I will go back through it to make sure there's no inappropriate photos of anybody. The cop's like, that works for me. I looked around, I said, cool, if it works for him, it works for all of you. We have this fucking problem where we allow idiots to raise our children. Some places do it well. I grew up in one of the best school systems I've seen in America, and my experience with bullying was completely different. I got all the help from counselor, police, to mediation, actually, and the bullying. I guess I had it easy, though, because this doesn't happen everywhere. It doesn't happen everywhere. In my high school, they had a rule: no fighting at White Hen, no fighting at the baseball field, no fighting at the school. The unwritten rule was don't fight with your Letterman jacket on so people can identify what school you're from. There was bullying in my school and they didn't give a shit. My school was like the Wild fucking West. And it was a private school. The problem is administrators want to make six figures, but they don't want to deal with the problems. And they only want to pay the teachers $50 to $60 to $70,000 a year. And they want the teachers to solve all the problems. We can't suspend that boy because he's on the football team. We can't suspend that girl because she's captain of the volleyball team. Look, motherfucker, sports need to come out of American schools for 30 years until we fix the problem. They need to be student athletes. Half our country can't read. You learned all the ways to deal with them. That's the important part. You need to teach children conflict resolution. You need to identify those kids that cause the conflict. You need to identify those kids. By the way, I don't carte blanche. Hello there. I don't carte blanche blame anybody. I don't carte blanche make anybody the victim. Yeah, Coach Carter this shit already. But I also don't carte blanche anybody as the perpetrator, the victim, the good, the bad, the evil. I've seen LGBTQ plus the whole acronym students be the abused. I've seen them be the abuser. I've seen white kids be racist. I've seen white kids be the victim of racism. I've seen it cut every different which way. I've watched teachers get involved and put an end to it. I've watched teachers say shit like, that's enough. The object of the day is the education. And they never get back around to teaching the good citizen, the good model. If the kid is 13 and the kid is a racist asshole, then that kid just needs to be done with mainstream education because you've already failed him. If a kid is 13 and is a rampant sexist, you've already failed that kid. You've had that kid for 8 years of schooling, and that kid it is already got racism or sexism or whatever ingrained into them. The entire model, I say this, and it's the entire model of cutesy parenting that I always say, we've got the problem. The problem we have is little boy is 5 years old, little girl is 5 years old, they're on the playground together and he pulls her ponytail. And they say, oh, that's so cute, he likes her. And the little boy is 12 and the little girl is 12 and he keeps harassing her, pulling her bag off of her shoulder. Oh, it's so cute, he likes her, he just doesn't know how to say it. Well, then when he's 16 and he's angry, he's grabbing her by the upper arm and he's pulling her. Well, that's not love. And then when he's 18, he slaps her. Whoa, 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 that's out of bounds. Well, how would he know? Because when that little boy was 5 and he put his hands on a little girl, that was the time to address it. When that little boy was 12 and he was picking on the little girl, although we as adults know what that means, that's not how we treat ladies, Tommy. That's not how we treat anybody. We keep our hands to ourselves. It's when we pull Tommy aside and we say, hey, Tommy, you mess with Sally a lot. Yeah. Do you like her? Yeah. Well, that's not how you express it. You express it by being kind and being, carrying her books, not pulling her backpack off of her shoulder. Yes, Taoism is good for us, for the US or us, depending on it's both. Stop being so extreme on either side and stop forcing things and get back to the middle of the road. Now, I saw you ask me the question, do you think those capable of homeschooling should teach their kids instead? Yes. I think that people that are capable of homeschooling their children should homeschool their kids instead, except homeschooling is not just about going through the material. Homeschooling your children is hard. Right, they still need to socialize. Let me be honest, straight up. If you use one of these homeschool programming kits, homeschooling program kits, your kid can be done with all of their daily work in between 90 minutes and 2.5 hours. You can have these homeschooling kits that send you books, or they can do it online. Most people I know that are doing it, their kids are done in 90 minutes to 2.5 hours. I had a friend that was homeschooling her kids, the rape victim. She was homeschooling her kids. She only has one computer, and the 4 kids were done with all their work every day in 6 hours. 4 kids were blitzing through all 4 different age levels of stuff in 6 hours. That is not a worthwhile education. That education may be better than what they're going to get at a shitty school, but that is not a worthwhile education. But you're going to say, oh, but they're performing equal to their peers. Which peers? Age group peers. Yeah, because their age group peers, 50% of them can't do math or read at the right age level. The thing we have is, I know some people don't like it when I say this, school needs to be year-round. School needs to be year-round, 8 weeks of academics, 2 weeks of enrichment, where if you want to take your kid out of school to go to Disney or vacation or visit grandma, then what you have, and again, this is the broad strokes. January and February is 8 weeks, and this is the academic module. And then the month of March is red and yellow enrichment. April and May is the academic block. June is blue and green, right? July and August, academic. September, red and yellow. October, November, academic. December, blue and green. Your kid has to have 3 colors or 2 colors, depends on what the local school district wants. Your kid has to have 2 colored enrichments for the year, meaning your kid got a month off of school. Your kid could do both of their enrichments at the beginning. I'm sorry, they can't do, yeah, they could. Actually, I fucked this up. The kid has to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The kid has to have 4 colors. Yeah, 4 colors. They have to do 1 in each time. The kid gets then 8 weeks off of school. The kid gets 2 months off school. Every color block, the kid can take one or the other, and they have to take. They could take both if they want, but we got to get kids in school. Socialization should occur in an intentional way, placing the child with skill-building activities with kids of similar interests. Sometimes, yes, absolutely. Sometimes. I think parents also ignore who the kid is becoming from age 9 to 14. If you pay attention to the signs, then you can fix them. But if you don't, can turn them into monsters and it will be too late. I agree with you. I agree with that shit. Like, I'm gonna share this because sometimes people have to hear sometimes people have to hear what another parent failed with. My middle daughter, I didn't get custody of my middle daughter until she was 10. My middle daughter is absolutely the product of a terrible environment. And like you said, your child between age 9 and 14 can turn into a little monster if you're not paying attention. And the issue is, I tried everything with her. I tried Magic 1, 2, 3, parenting with love and logic, one other parenting thing. I tried everything in the fucking world with this kid. And she was a fucking monster. And she knows I say this about her because she recognizes it. This kid stole. This kid destroyed other people's property. This kid cut another kid's hair. This kid cut another kid's clothes. Well, I'm trying Magic 1, 2, 3. I'm trying parenting with love and logic. I'm trying all this shit. And what I finally said to her was, I said, come here. I sat her down. And I said, we're at the point now that you're on your last chance. I said, I've tried all the gentle parenting. I've tried all the magic parenting. I've tried the grounding. I've tried the taking stuff away. I've tried making you reflect and write journal entries. I've tried standing you in the corner. I've tried giving you chores. I've tried giving you hard work. I'm looking you dead ass in the face. I have spent a year with you and nothing works. So the next time you get stupid about it, I'm gonna beat that ass. So that you know it's not gonna come out of the blue. The next time you do something over the top, like steal or cut a kid's hair or any of this other bullshit, you're getting spanked. And she laughed. And what she said was, you won't spank me. And I said to her, I said, I think at this point, it's a wise idea for you to FaceTime your 2 older sisters and ask them, because I've engaged with both of your older sisters about you. And mine, his, hers, theirs, mixed, The oldest sister said, if you've pushed dad, I think she said my dad because they weren't really close. If you've pushed my dad to the point that he's getting ready to spank you, you're completely out of line. And then my oldest kid said, Dad is infinitely patient, and if you're pushing to the line that he's going to spank you, you need to change your ways. The next kid down is actually her half sister. And she said, if our dad is to the point where he's going to spank you, then he's finally listening to me, because I told him to beat your ass about 6 months ago. And sure as shit, my kid fucked up, spanked my kid, felt terrible. Years later, talked to my daughter, and I apologized to her. I said, hey, after I became a counselor, after I started doing the parenting stuff, I got into a lot more research. The research says spanking kids isn't effective. I'm sorry I spanked you. And my daughter said, please don't apologize for spanking me. She's like, if you're going to apologize to me, apologize for not spanking me more and harder. And I'm like, why's that? And she's like, because I was a terrible fucking kid. She's like, I was a terrible kid. If you hadn't spanked me, I would have turned out worse. And I was like, okay, I haven't spanked my kids since I became a counselor, but I was like, okay. She and I have talked. She said, I would have been mad at you if you spanked me and you got custody of me at like 3 or 4. Because if you got me at 3 or 4, who I was at 10 would have been your fault. She's like, but you got custody of me at 10. She's like, I was a feral child with no rules. That's the previous parents' fault. Now, I saw what you said about homeschooling. I don't support homeschooling. There's a reason we have math, biology, chemistry, ethics, English teachers. One person can't know or teach it all. I do want to stop you with that. Yeah, you can. You can have people that, like, I have a master's degree in education. I have a teaching certificate where the only things I put on my teaching certificate were the things I wanted to teach. But my teaching certificate, and the only thing I don't have on this one is economics, because I'm not going to pay $400 to have my teaching certificate reissued just to put economics on it, and I'm not teaching. But these are all the things that I'm certified to teach. Hold on. Don't know why that's so small. It's going to be better. These are all the things that I've passed the testing to teach. Civics, poli-sci, history, social studies, psychology, sociology, anthropology, U.S. history, world history, and then there would be an economics line if I paid $400. Now, where I agree with you, I agree that the average homeschooling parent isn't cosmopolitan enough to teach English and math and science, biology, but that's why you use the study at home programs, because they send you the textbooks and they send you the teacher's edition and they send you the lesson, because anybody that's homeschooling their kids should understand that you're going to be putting in your first year as a homeschool teacher. You're going to put in 21, 22, 2,300 hours of curriculum prep, because that's what it takes. And you can take your kids to the homeschooling network is usually really big. So there are people that will ask me around here, because they homeschool their kids. They're like, will you do the Constitution module for our kid? I was like, yeah, sure, of course I will. I was like, just send me what you have. But I think usually it's a bad idea to teach your kids yourself. It's not a bad idea to teach your kids yourself. It's a bad idea for a lot of people to teach their kids because they're dumb. They don't know they're dumb. They don't realize they're dumb. And then they're teaching their kids and they say, oh, well, my kid got a diploma from this online school. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm going to wipe my ass with it because that's all it's worth. You can't have a growing movement of 30% of American families think it's a good idea to teach their kids themselves when 54% of American families read at or below the 6th grade level. 54% of Americans can't even read above the 6th grade level. They should not be teaching their kids, but they sign their kids up for homeschooling because it's easier. The thing is that where we draw the really bad problem out with homeschooling is I used to teach the two girls English and social studies, and the parent across the street taught science and math, which worked out really good because the mom across the street was a former math teacher and she had enough background in science. And I mean, obviously, I have a background in social studies. In teaching high school English isn't difficult. Teaching high school English is simply teaching English 101 and English 102. Teaching high school literature, a little bit different. But as a Shakespeare fan, it's easy enough for me to teach the Shakespeare parts, which I don't even know why we keep teaching Shakespeare. But being interested in augmenting your kids' education is great. But, and I know people are tired of hearing it from me, but I'm going to keep saying it. We live in a society, right, where we took away basic skills tests for teachers. If you have a bachelor's degree, if you have a bachelor's degree and you can't pass a basic skills test, then you have a DEI bachelor's degree and you should be pissed off about it. And I'm not being racist. I'm saying if you have a bachelor's degree, but you're afraid of taking a basic reading test and a basic arithmetic test, then you shouldn't have a bachelor's degree, because a bachelor's degree used to mean something. A bachelor's degree used to mean that you had a cosmopolitan education. You had 20 classes of cosmopolitan education, and you had 20 classes of specialized education for your field. I'm sorry, I like women, but if a woman tells me she has a degree in feminism, I'm going to say, how the fuck did you turn a one-sentence idea into a 4-year degree? And if there's a university out there that gave a woman a degree in feminism, shame on you for making this woman think giving you $100,000 and getting a degree means something. Feminism, you can get a degree in feminism. You can get a degree in women's studies. You can get a degree in piracy from MIT. If you take 4 specific classes: sailing, archery, fencing, and 1 other class at MIT, you get a minor in piracy. The problem is you have people telling me that they have a degree in gender studies, and then they'll say something that I have to stop and say, hold on, why are you confusing anatomical sex, biological sex, with gender identity? I'm like, so you have a degree, you have a degree and you can't even articulate gender identity to me? Well, I was born a man, but I'm really a woman. No, you were born a man, you're biologically a male. Even if you have gender reassignment surgery to make your biological shell female, your DNA is that of a male. Biological sex and gender are 2 different things. I will respect the gender discussion as long as the other side of the argument stops pissing on science. Good deal? Cool. A lot of people think homeschooling is 100% just on the parent. The whole point is to be the executive of the education, planning a curriculum. You get professionals to teach your child the things you think will matter to the child's interest at the same time of giving them the same general foundation. Actually, no, that's not true. That is by far the statistical minority of homeschooling. That's not even required by most homeschooling. Unless they changed it, there is a lot of states. The only requirement for homeschooling is basic competency. That's it. In many, many states, you don't have to take your kid into a testing center. Yeah, it's what would be effective. It's absolutely what would be effective. The trick is, if anybody had a handle on what good high schooling was, then they wouldn't be sending their kids to a high school at all, because they would understand and recognize how bad it really is. But because honestly, this is a straight up honest question. If 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level or lower, then how the fuck can these families support a child past 7th grade? If you read at the 5th grade level, you can't help your kids past the 5th grade level, because you can't read the books satisfactorily to help your kid. They need to reduce degrees that don't translate into work. Less than 40% of college grads actually work in a job related to their major. No, they don't. Let me stop you there. Because a college degree doesn't mean you have the skill sets to work in the job. And working in the job doesn't predicate itself on having a degree. I have a master's in education, a BA in history, a BA in poli-sci, and a BA in applied sciences, electrical engineering, focusing on biomedical technology. And after I got all those degrees, I was a logistician. I didn't take one formal college class on being a logistician until after I'd been a logistician for 4 years. A college degree doesn't translate into work, and it's not supposed to. A college degree is supposed to translate into teaching you the skills necessary to be a lifelong learner, focusing on a particular topic. Unless you are a certification-seeking job, college is completely irrelevant. If you're not becoming a doctor, which requires a license, nurse, med tech, paralegal, which doesn't really require licensure, lawyer, psychologist, or teacher, college is really a fucking waste of your time. You want to learn how to be a journalist? Go work at a newspaper. Go work at a magazine. You want to learn how to be a photographer? Go apprentice under a photographer. The trans issue made me realize that language and ideas are like a virus. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't even need to make sense. It just needs to be spread to survive. Right. Exactly. Absolutely true. This is absolutely true. You notice that I don't have a lot of, I used to all the time get a lot of trans people come onto my show and they'd want to pick a fight with me until they realized that I'm one of their greatest allies because I'm trying to keep them focused on point. My daughter and her group of friends were the LGBT officership at their school. And one day I just challenged them all. I said, you all are constantly wearing like rainbow armbands. You all are constantly carrying around your rainbow flag banner. You all are constantly talking about how you're the LGBT plus group. What the fuck do you stand officership of the organization, of the Gay Straight Alliance is what it's called. They were the officership of the Gay Straight Alliance. I said, but what the fuck is it you're advocating for? And you know, it would be, what's that? It's a school club that tries to bridge the gap between straight kids and gay kids and lesbian kids. But I said to him, what the fuck? What the motherfucker are you trying to accomplish? What is it you're trying to do? And they said, well, gay people need equal rights. What fucking equal rights don't you have? And they didn't know. And then one of them turned around and they said, well, you don't get it because you're a straight white guy. And I said, I'm a straight white guy who my eldest child is a lesbian who's been married to her wife a significant chunk of the time that I've been married to mine. So what the fuck does it matter if I'm a straight white guy if I have a lesbian daughter who has been married double digits now? And they don't get it. You have to let me identify as however I want. No, I don't, because that is neurotic. What equality don't you have? Well, I don't have the ability to force people to call me whatever I want. Yeah, you're never gonna fucking have that. Because I will go to jail before I have mandated speech. Because I actually believe in freedom of speech. If you get a law passed that requires me to play your stupid game, I will go to jail in protest of that stupid law. Because I believe in freedom of speech. I believe that people have the right to speak words that offend me and make my blood boil. Because that is what the founding fathers intended. Because the founding fathers weren't a bunch of fucking pussies who were afraid of words. The founding fathers were a group of badass motherfuckers that sent a Declaration of Independence to the most powerful man on the planet. Proceeded to have years of war, 8 years of a failing government, passed a new government, and then said, to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, we hope that the people that come after us are smarter than us and make a better world. And the world has been going downhill ever fucking since. Now, you said, how many kids go to college knowing that's the point? A lot of kids don't know what to get out of college. Well, I think that this runs into a big discussion point that in my world, you're a fully responsible adult at age 18, so you go to college at 18 to 22 because you want your freedom in your life and your path to success to begin after college graduation. But if we're going to keep having people make excuses that you aren't fully developed until 25, then college should be 26 to 30. And you can't start college until you're 26. You can't vote till you're 26. You can't vote. You can't drive until you're 26. You can't buy smokes, weed, or liquor until you're 26. You can't go into the military till you're 26. And there's about to be a whole lot of people that tell me to go fuck myself because they're going to say, boss, I went to the military at 18, and by 26, I was already in 7 years, and I was an NCO. Don't you dare tell me that I have to serve from 26 to 46. I liked the fact that I retired at 38. We've got this problem where everybody thinks they're right all the fucking time. And then when you tell them that they're wrong and why they're wrong and what to read to not be wrong and what to read to not be an ignorant fuck, they don't want to do that because it's too much work. A republic means free elections. No, a republic doesn't mean that. I'm sorry. Republic comes from res publica, matter of the people. Peaceably assemble means without violence. No. Peaceably assemble means in accordance with the law, because that's what the word peaceably meant in 1787. Have I watched Dave Chappelle, How Old is 15 Really? I think I have. I love Chappelle. We'll play a little bit of this, even though it'll get copyright claimed. We'll play a little bit of it for the talking point.
Stars. All our stars, man. R. Kelly pissed on his victim. I know, it was rough. But I mean, again, I can't even judge R. Kelly. First of all, we don't know if these allegations are true, and not even if they are true. If you want to know how I feel about it honestly, if a man cannot pee on his fans, I don't want to be in show business anymore because, well, that's why I got in the game, baby. I got dreams too. You guys are confusing the issue. While you guys are busy worrying about if R. Kelly even peed on this girl or not, you're not asking yourself the real question that America needs to decide once and for all. And that question is, how old is 15 really? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I'm not saying that a person is as smart as they're going to be at 15. That's not what I'm saying, man. But I am saying 15 to me is old enough to decide whether or not you want to be pissed on. I mean, that's me. If you can't make a decision like that by the time you're 15, then just give up, motherfucker, because life is way harder than that. I make tougher decisions all the time. If you don't want to get pissed on, just get the fuck out of the way. It's not even a decision. If I start peeing on the front row, they're not going to have to calculate and think, oh, how do I feel about this? Am I okay with it? They just move. You can do that at 15. I could have. I've been 15. When I was 15, I was doing stand-up in nightclubs. I smoked reefer from time to time. Friends were selling crack. I was trying to finger fuck people. I knew what was happening around me to some degree. Getting pissed on was the least of my worries at 15. Trust me. But it keeps coming up. There's a lot of confusion around that age. Anytime 15 comes up, people freak out. Like when that girl, Elizabeth Smart, got kidnapped. Right? Remember in Utah last year, 15-year-old girl Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped, and then they finally found her, and the whole country was relieved. And I was the only one saying, damn, she wasn't that smart after all. Now, because she got kidnapped, that could happen to anybody. I'm not knocking her for that. I'm just saying, if you kidnapped me when I was 15, you gotta take me further than 8 miles away from my house, man. God damn. Can't hold me prisoner around shit I recognize. I'll break away. I'll break away. Fuck off me, nigga. That's my bus stop. I know where I'm at. I'm going home.
Okay, so this is... It's a joke. It's comedy. It's a joke and it's comedy, but it bears some importance. I think a big part of our problems as our society is the wrong people are asking the question about the age of consent, and you can kind of key in that there's something wrong with the people if they're asking that we change the age of consent. Now, I have a rule. I have a philosophy. I think it's a good rule. Your age, half of that, plus 7, equals the floor of your dating range. I think that number works really well. So I'm 46. So that's 23 plus 7. I think the floor of my dating range being 30 is probably a good fucking number, right? I think Leonardo DiCaprio doesn't watch my show. He won't be offended. I think that if you're 46 you probably don't have much in common with a 30-year-old. Can we agree with that? So let's take a 30-year-old divided by 2. That's 15 plus 7, 22. 30 and 22, that's okay. The age range is shorter, is smaller. She can drink, you can drink, he can drink, you can drink. You can go to the club together, everything's good. 21 divided by 2 is 11 plus 7 equals 18. 21 and 18? Well, shit, now the rule doesn't really apply. What's a 21-year-old doing with an 18-year-old? You can drink, she can't. You can drink, he can't. What are you doing? It's 3:40 in the afternoon. What are you doing? I'm picking my girlfriend up from school. What are you gonna do? Take her home? Sit at the kitchen table with her? Help her with her history homework? You're 21, she's 18. What are you doing this May? Are you gonna sit next to her parents at her graduation from high school? Are you gonna sit in the theater because she has the lead in the high school play? No, you're 21, motherfucker. Get on with life. You're in college, she's in high school. I think any rule has to have a starting age. At the same time, right? You have a 9-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl. You know what? Let's make it younger. You have a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl, and they're best friends, and they're thick as thieves. For an 8-year-old, 8 divided by 2 is 4 plus 7 is 11. Yeah. And that's where the number, it doesn't work anymore. But you have a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl, and they're thick as thieves. They grow up, they're neighbors, they're high school sweethearts, they're grade school sweethearts. Okay, so we go 10 years from now. You've got that 17-year-old boy and that 15-year-old girl. Now people start biting their fingernails. But why weren't you biting your fingernails when they were 12 and 10? Or 13 and 11? Or 14 and 12? Or 15 and 13? Because that same pairing, that sophomore in high school with that 8th grader, or that sophomore in high school with that 9th grader, you thought that was okay. But they've been together, thick as thieves, best friends and more, for 10 years. But now all of a sudden right here, now parents are starting to get into the whole, something's wrong. When we were growing up, be a hot day, you'd be down by the lake. You jump in the lake. Sometimes the girls would jump into the lake in their bra and underwear. Sometimes the girls would jump into the lake with no clothes on. Sometimes the girls would jump in the lake with all their clothes on. But what I know happened for a fact is when girls started maturing, they stopped having permission to swim in the lake. They had permission to go to the lake and swim if they took their bathing suit with them and it was on under their clothes. The older boys were told, you shouldn't be around those younger girls when they're skinny dipping. You're a little too old for that. You need to not be down there. And that was just the parents grabbing boys by the scruff of their neck, grabbing their girls by the ponytails and saying, you're too young to be doing that. You're too old now to be doing that. As a man in that position, before I stayed away to let her mature, I must have missed something. It coincides with kids when they start having sex. If one is ready at 17, the other is not at 15. Okay, let me stop you there. How do you know? 15? Who's not ready to start having sex at 15? 9 times out of 10, a girl has already gone through all the prerequisite parts of puberty well before age 15. Most girls are biologically ready to start having sex at that age. Doesn't mean they're emotionally ready, psychologically ready. In Denmark, the legal age of consent is 15. There was a girl pregnant in your elementary school at 12. Yep. The problem we have, and this is where we start to run into the problem, it is not up to society to decide when somebody's ready to have sex. It's not even up to the parents to decide when somebody's ready to have sex. It's up to the parents to instill in their child that they're not ready to have sex. 17, 15 lifelong friends knowing we will be in a different social setting and I shouldn't be bleeding what I'm learning into what she's exposed to. So I stayed away with her until she turned 19 and was in college. Good call. Good call. The problem now is we've allowed society to paint with all the colors of the wind, but they've painted a really shitty paint by numbers painting and we're stuck with it. I had a girlfriend, my fiance, my first fiance. I was engaged in high school. I loved that woman. I'd still cross oceans and mountains and deserts if she needed me. She got pregnant when we were in high school. And I had to listen to her fucking family because all her family knew about me was I was in college. I had to listen to her fucking family pontificate about how terrible I am because I'm a college student and she's a high school student. And I listened to them all. And then I smiled and I looked over at them. She had to sit there and listen because she was the kind of kid that was raised in not just the dad's household, but the whole family household, the extended family. So we're there and I'm listening to them all fucking on top of my ass, all on top of her. Because, and the only thing they keep repeating is I'm in college and she's in high school. I looked over at her and I said, would you like to let the cat out of the bag or should I let the cat out of the bag? And she laughed and she said, I'm older than him. And the whole family, what do you mean? Bubba, he's in college. Yep, she's a month older than me. I'm just really fucking smart. Apparently not smart enough to wear rubber, but I'm really fucking smart. By the way, birth control is only 99% effective. The problem is consent requires maturity and age doesn't cause maturity. It's only correlated. It's not even really correlated. But at the end of the day, we need to draw a line in the sand. You're right. We need that right there is the problem. We need a line in the sand. It's going to be arbitrary. It is going any line you ever put. Why can 18-year-olds vote but not drink? Why can 21-year-olds drink? Why all of a sudden did we have it in my state where 18-year-olds could smoke and then all of a sudden overnight they changed it and 20-year-olds couldn't smoke. They had to wait till their 21st birthday. Why did we live in a society where you used to be able to walk down to the corner store with a note from your grandma and pick up her 40 and her carton of smokes? Because grandma sent you to the corner store with a note and you picked up her 40 of Old Style and her carton of cigarettes. Then you walked home with them. You can't do that now. But we used to. I don't think we make smart choices as a society. I think we put the least amount of effort in. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go here. There are people that are protesting OnlyFans. Now that the owner of OnlyFans died, they want Elon Musk to buy OnlyFans to shut it down. Why? Because women are able to safely sell their bodies and make money. I'm just gonna say this. If you only care about shutting down OnlyFans now because the owner died, you're just jealous that girls are making the money. If you've always cared about getting smut and debauchery out of society, and you've always cared about Pornhub, strip clubs, titty bars, then you actually care. In my world, people won't like to hear this, but alcohol would be banned as an industry. Why? Moss, we've already tried that. Why would we ban alcohol? People have been drinking alcohol for the entire time there have been people on this planet. The most dystopian thing about it is teens soft launching a countdown till they're legal. Why should we allow it? Because we know people are going to brew their own alcohol anyway. We know people are going to brew their own alcohol anyway. Yeah, except the problem is when people start brewing their own alcohol, then we don't have enforcement and we don't have regulation, and you have people making moonshine that strips the hair off your ass. Where the fuck do you think Everclear came from? Everclear is... Any of you people had Everclear? Then let them die. Well, that's a really shitty society to have. Everclear, you can run a lawnmower on Everclear. Yeah, they go blind because they mix up ethanol and methanol. The problem is, instead of taking stupid as a stupid does, instead of taking away alcohol, why don't we look at fixing the reasons people drink? I'm okay with alcohol. I'm okay with, and of course I'm okay with alcohol. I owned 3 bars. Of course I'm okay with alcohol. The problem is, people come in, some people drink a glass of wine with dinner. Why? To unwind, to relax. Certain wine, its alcohol content is minimal anyway. They're drinking it for the taste. They're drinking it for the flavor. They're drinking it because it complements the food they're eating. But by volume, it's a tiny fraction of alcohol. At the same time, you've got people drinking Rumpelmints and Jägermeister and Everclear and Fireball and Diesel. Any Marines or former Marines in here? Fucking Diesel? Holy shit, what is wrong with you motherfuckers? Uncle Sam's Misguided Children? When Uncle Sam's Misguided Children offer you a drink and they pull out a fucking jar that looks like it was under grandma's sink and pour it into a Dixie cup and they're like, you better drink that fast, it'll eat the wax on the cup. What the fuck is this? Is this unleaded? Shit. The problem is, yoga and meditation will do a much better job and lasting job creating that sense of inner ease. No, it won't. No, it won't. It will for you. It will for you. How do you expect somebody to learn how to do yoga or learn how to meditate when their life is so fucking terrible they get drunk every night to format the whole hard drive because they simply can't stand the sight of themselves? I don't really think that I'm going to recommend the woman who's being raped on a daily basis to try to cope with yoga and meditation. I understand that yoga and meditation and walking and working out and lifting weights are all the best, better ideas. One of those requires an awful lot of time investment. One of them requires unscrewing the top of a bottle, kicking it back until you no longer feel the burn, and then you format the whole fucking hard drive. I think we would be better. I'm not against teaching yoga and meditation and intercontemplation at the high school level. I think that should be one of those monthly courses we teach seniors. I don't think seniors should be in a year-long English 4, a year-long U.S. history, a year-long physics, a year-long, I don't even fucking remember what the hell I took or what I should have taken. I didn't even have senior year classes. What do you take? Physics, senior year, English 4, usually U.S. history with social studies, usually electives is what you're taking by that point. I think a month-long class on alternatives to alcohol would be great. Meditation on an unhealthy mind can quickly turn into I'm not quite, is that the word you intended to use? Because I kind of dropped your oh yeah, okay, I see where you're going with that. The last thing, that's why as a provider I will never, and again, I never finished my licensure, but I'm not going to ask a highly suicidal person to do cognitive behavioral therapy. If I have a person I'm seeing 3 times a week because they're on my suicide watch list, the very last thing I want them doing is CBT worksheets. I want them doing ABC worksheets. I got to have the right tool for the job. I don't believe there is any universal tool. We see dry counties in America or dry neighborhoods. And what happens? There's no alcohol available, so they just go to where there is alcohol available. Another really dangerous idea is we have alcohol not available, but then people get a hold of drugs. That scares me. That really does scare me. You always thought learning CPR should be mandatory. I agree. But everyone can find a positive outlet outside the route of alcohol. No, they can't, Moss. As a recovered alcoholic, no, they can't. I was an alcoholic because I liked drinking. At the same time, I got busted for being an alcoholic because I was still running 5 to 10 miles and I was sweating pure vodka. And you would say, well, if you're able to run and get the runner's high, why are you drinking? Because the runner's high doesn't format the hard drive at night to let me sleep. My fiance died. My fiance died on the way to the airport to get on a fucking airplane to come and marry me. You tell me that sledgehammer to my life on an idle Sunday that I didn't even know she died. I was already running. I was already working out. I was already a positive person. I was a minister. I was a preacher. And my fiance died. You tell me where the positive mindset is while I'm laying in my bed for the 4th night in a row and I haven't slept in 4 nights, even though I've run 30, 40, 50, 60, 80 miles. I've lifted weights until I'm breaking blood vessels in my eye. Because I'm lifting more weight than I ever have. Because I'm mad. Because I'm angry. I'm hitting the heavy bag until my knuckles are broken open and bleeding. The only thing that brought me any level of comfort and peace was the bottle. And then I spiraled. And I'm not saying drinking is healthy. I'm not saying drinking is healthy. But I already had all the positive things in life in place. Positive self-image, running, lifting. I had weights. I had a whole weight set up in my garage. I stumbled into fucking service on Sunday. Faked a big ass smile on my face. Fire and brimstone this, that, and the other. Didn't stay for the potluck because my potluck was the bottle of Jack Daniels I left sitting in a bucket of ice on the living room table that I knew I was going to get back to before the ice overflowed. You can't, and if you take somebody who already has the training, the insight, the knowledge that there are healthier, and they choose the bottle, how do you expect somebody whose life sucks to not choose more destructive? What are we going to do? Take away alcohol, all the drugs? And if we have a plan to get all the drugs off of the street, let me know. I'd love to enact getting rid of all the illegal drugs. When people are sad, why do they drink? Because mental health care is expensive. So instead of taking away alcohol, let's work on an alternative to drinking. I drink because I drink. Why? Because it's a family tradition. But why? Well, because that's how parties at my family have always been. So now you want that person to combat? You want them to listen to the government or a stranger about the ills of alcohol when all their childhood memories are of beer and barbecue and throwing horseshoes? And I'm not saying that one family house down or one neighborhood over, there's not a family who wishes they hadn't been drinking because they lost a family member or a carload of family members. Because we know that's the case. But you're asking them to be wrong. You're not only asking them to be wrong, but once you start with alcohol, it's hard to break. It offers an immediate strong effect. You're right. But so does sex. So does drugs. So do painkillers. So does running. So what are we going to do? Ban non-marital sex? Ban alcohol? Ban cigarettes? Ban vapes? Ban weed? Ban exercise? Ban running? Ban lifting? Because too much running is bad for you. Too much lifting is bad for you. You take away alcohol for some people, then they're going to get fat and obese because they're going to compensate with sugary drinks. I'm a big celebrate life guy. I never met a cheesecake I didn't like. I think we need to stop instead of trying to make radical change, because we already tried to take away alcohol in America. If taking away alcohol was what America wanted, we wouldn't have repealed prohibition. There's a lot of people that say weed should be illegal because weed is... Dude, if Jesus was alive right now, Jesus would fucking sit down with his brothers and sisters and smoke a blunt. Yeah, one daily dose of food pills, then back on the heat exchanger to power the Matrix. If life was easy, right? If life was easy, people wouldn't need help with life. Life is hard. Life is pain. Life is adversity. Life, what was the Fault in Our Stars? Life doesn't really begin until the edge of your comfort zone. But how many people play it safe and do everything comfortably? An awful lot of people never take risks. An awful lot of people never get the biscuit. But why? Why is it TV shows are more powerful teachers than the teachers in your school? Can we be honest for a second? Can we just cut all the shit? Depending on how you are as a kid, your parents don't like you because you're an unlikable person. Most of us become very unlikable. Girls usually around the age of 11 to 13. Boys usually around the age of 13 to 15. Children are very the fuck unlikable. But why? Because that's part of the growing process. Part of the growing process is you got your mom, you got your dad, they both want to impact you. They never want to let you discover who you are for yourself. Society offers so much easy access to so much toxic outlet with immediate gratification, so getting them started on something that takes a little discipline becomes difficult. Speaking as a personal trainer, well, you have a bias then. You're a personal trainer. Alcohol gets in the way of you reaching results for your clients. But you're right. You're absolutely right. No, you have a bias. If somebody says you have a bias and you respond with you have a perspective, just realize you've said, I have a bias. You have a bias. I don't know why the word bias is a bad, dirty word. Yes, you have a bias. It is a bias. I have biases. Everybody has them. They're not perspectives. They're biases. There's nothing wrong with them. There is nothing wrong with having a bias. It is the why you feel the way you do. When I lived at home during my teens, I bet I was unlikable. They still loved me. Yeah, they still loved you. They still loved you. They just didn't like you. But as soon as I moved out and settled myself, I like to believe our relationship has only gotten stronger, right? Because you became an adult. You became an adult. Now you have more things in common with your kids. We all have biases. Sometimes you're completely indifferent. You simply don't care. I couldn't be a personal trainer. My friends pissed me off with their excuses. Yes, there you go. That's your bias. People's excuses piss me off. Therefore, that is one of the things why I dropped out of my counseling program. You guys remember a couple of years ago, I was having to stop my shows on certain days at a certain time because I had to go do my clinical hours. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't reschedule. We'd be in the middle of a great show and I'd be like, sorry guys, I got to bounce. I got to drive. I couldn't be a counselor anymore. Number one, because of vicarious trauma. I can't leave other people's pain with them. But number two, I'm tired of their excuses. Why did I become an alcoholic? Because I had a traumatic event in my life. Why didn't I go down a different traumatic response path? Because alcohol was easier to get than heroin. Alcohol was easier to get than cocaine. Alcohol was legal. I couldn't afford to get busted with illicit drugs. Anybody heard the song Fuck Away the Pain? We wonder why people develop unhealthy relationships. Because people are looking for the 1 hour fuck. I'm sorry, some of you guys don't even know what a 1 hour fuck is. You're looking for more than a 5 pump fuck, and then you want the relief that comes with it. right? The problem is people are going to start making you feel guilty about having sex. You know, you have an awful lot of promiscuous sex. It doesn't make you a good person. Fuck you, I didn't ask you. Your values, your morals, your ethics, your morality, your religion stops at the edge of your bubble. Mine begins at mine. Your buddy is overweight. He had emergency surgery, get his gallbladder removed because it was dead. And now he's struggling to get his wife pregnant, but he won't change his diet. How much shit needs to not work to finally just try and change something? Right. Exactly. The only person that can change him is him. He is the only person who can change him. I hear your opinion. You want to have sex. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't want to get her pregnant. He doesn't want to get her pregnant. And I know what you're going to say. How do you know he doesn't want that? Because you haven't talked to him. I don't need to talk to him. I'm the Dr. House of I don't need to talk to people to know their motivations. I can look at their actions. If he wanted to get his wife pregnant and the doctor said, do this, lose weight, change your diet, do this, that, the other, and he really wanted a kid, he would do all those things because he has the list of things to do. If he did, he would change. I try to be a motivational person for those of you that come to the show. Every single day that you see me vertical, understand I've gone through excruciating pain today to get out of bed, get dressed, come to the desk. I would love nothing fucking more right now than to lay in bed. I am in pain. My hands hurt. My feet hurt. My back hurts. I said to 2 different people yesterday, I think I need to go to the pain management doctor. And for those of you here that have been with me for 7 years, you know what a big fucking statement that it's time for me to go to the pain management doctor is. Pain management doctor is going to begin with an over-the-counter, not over-the-counter, but a prescription painkiller. I don't really want to be back on Percocet or Vicodin, but I'm at the point where I don't know how many more days of being in agony I can be because there's no shot that fixes neuropathy. His logic and beliefs are keeping him enslaved. He doesn't relate his weight or his health to why things aren't working. You're right. But at the same time, your statement was alcohol shouldn't be allowed. I know lots of guys that go home every day, drink 1 to 3 beers, and there's no negative consequence for them. That's just their life. That's the relaxation they have. We can look at them externally and say, well, you know, you'd have a better quality of life if you didn't have those 3 beers. And instead of that, you had 3 waters and you went for a walk, and they say, well, I don't want 3 waters. I want 3 beers. Okay. Now, if the person said, if in earnest, the person said, wow, really? Beer is the reason why I feel this way, why I'm bloated, why my back hurts, why I don't digest well, why I don't sleep well, why I can't get any lead in my pencil. By the way, gentlemen, whiskey dick is a real thing. If you spend a lot of money at the bar and then you try to go home and you can't get it up, it's because you've knocked it out. You've suppressed your, circulatory system with too much alcohol. If performance is your thing, ain't nothing gonna give you better downstairs performance than high protein diet, lifting weight, losing fat, right? I'll get some of you healthy in a heartbeat. They say every 10 pounds you lose adds another inch to your dick. Now get out there. That was a rumor started by a woman to get skinnier dudes. But you can't control people by taking away from people. we also got to stop this bullshit of, and just like that, I started running due to no reason, for no reason at all. Yeah, I'm telling you, you can get a 2-incher. Don't get all excited. Don't get all excited, 6 foot. When she tells you she wants you to give her the whole 6 inches, it doesn't mean you're getting laid 3 times tonight. No one talks about how horny getting fit makes you. Yeah, nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about nobody talks about the fact that if you've been in a relationship, and I mean this, I'm Dr. J, I'm Dr. Ruth, I'm Dr. Phil. If you've been in a relationship for 10 years and you are making a decision, you're a man and you've been together for 10 years with your female significant other or your male significant other, either way, and you decide that you're going to hit the gym and get fit, you have to have that conversation with your intimate partner to be like, hey, I'm going to be doing things that over the next couple of months are going to make me friskier. Because unfortunately, you're going to be here and she's going to be here, and you both have had this sort of like lame, monotonous sex life where once a month there's a little blip on the radar. You get lucky once a month, right? And these match up. Now all of a sudden you decide you're going to start working out and your frisky factor is going to be like this. And then your frisky factor is going to be like that. Well, what happens if she decides to stay down here? Now you have a relationship issue. You have an intimate partner issue that you don't understand, and you get resentful. I appreciate what Moss says, but it's not simply a matter of married man, married woman, intimacy in their life kind of went out the window a couple of years ago. Neither of them remember why. Or yeah, but in there, disgruntled, there you're going to get to, yeah, you laugh, but you're going to get there. Husband goes January, goes to the gym, loses 30 or 40 pounds quickly, because men, when they first start working out, can lose 30 or 40 pounds quickly. Then they start to get friskier and they can't get no play. And they're starting to feel good about themselves. They're like, look, man, I've got an ab again. I've got a 1-pack, right? They're like, I have muscles again. I feel good. And she's like, but she doesn't change. Well, then the problem is you're going to go looking somewhere else. And then you just fucked your life up. As someone who overcame so much, when I drive around and look at the world, I see constant marketing for Band-Aid solutions, alcohol, drugs, gambling, and the only ones that are coming out on top are the corpse. You're right. But guess what? That's always been the case. That's always been the case. Every single business that is in operation, more likely rather than less likely, is there to take advantage of you. What do I mean by that? You come to my bar and I charge you $5 for a shot and a brew. I charge you $5 for a shot and a brew. I just made $3.50 profit minimum. Because if you have your bartenders all charging for every pour, every bottle of alcohol you buy is 100% profit, 100% return on investment. Bottle of alcohol costs $30, but if you charge out properly, you should make $60 on that alcohol, meaning you made $30 on it. Shot and a brew is $5. At the bar, you probably just spent $5 to get $1 worth of alcohol, but you don't go to the bar to be by yourself. You go to the bar to talk to the bartender. You go to the bar to watch the game. You go to the bar because your buddies go to the bar. You go to the bar because you've been going to that bar for 3 years trying to work up the courage to go talk to the one-eyed girl with the peg leg and the red hair. We're living in a society. I'm going to say it. Women finally got what they wanted. Women for my whole life, right? My whole life, women were on this no means no kick. And I can get down with it. No means no. No means no. But now women are turning around and they're saying, well, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Hold on one second, guys. Oh, okay. Scared the shit out of me. I have all the flavors of cancer, and it just said to me, you have a new biopsy report. It scared the fuck out of me because I haven't had it's now just finally making its way to my primary care provider. I went to my oncologist, dermatologist office isn't, so scared the fuck out of me. Yeah, no is supposed to mean no. Women want no to mean no. And now when a guy asks a woman out and she says no, the woman gets offended and she's like, well, I wanted to play hard to get. I wanted him to try a little harder. No, you spent 30 years, my whole adult life has been drilling into men, no means no. I was at Universal Studios by myself. I don't drink, but I go up to the bar by the poolside to get a pineapple juice. I like to sit, like when I see a bunch of other people drinking and I just want to sit in peace by myself, I like to get just a pineapple juice because people assume like it's a sweet and sour or it's something and they don't try to buy me a drink. Well, I walked up to the bar, ordered a pineapple juice. The bartenders know me. When I'm there for several days, they know what I'm going to order. And I looked over, all I did was this. Can I get a pineapple juice? Looked over, saw a girl. I said, hey, how you doing? And the girl looked over at me. She says, I have a boyfriend. And I held up my hand and I was like, I have a wife. And then she's like, then why are you talking to me? Because I was being fucking polite. Where's your boyfriend? Let me tell him what a fucking bitch you are to save him alimony. Like, holy fuck, man. Hi. You having a good day? Whatever happened to being people? Whatever happened to being human beings? Can I get a pineapple juice? Hey, how you doing? I have a boyfriend. Have you seen the shape I'm in? I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt and I have a beer belly. Do you think I'm hitting on you? You're half my age. I have daughters that are older than you. And since we're gonna go that route, let me go this way. You're probably younger than my daughter. Put on some fucking pants. You're showing ass. There's kids around. She's lucky that I was in a good mood. And I just did I have a wife. I have a boyfriend. No, you don't. You charge by the hour. Fuck off. Fucking prostitute. I tip 50%, by the way. You know, it's like you're at the bar. Just go up, get a Coke, see a girl. This was years and years and years before I was an alcoholic. I was waiting for my friends to get to a bar. And I walked up to the bar. And I used the math test thing long before it was modern and trendy. By the way, the I have a boyfriend, I have a math test, that's been around since the 90s. Walked up to the bar, ordered a Dr. Pepper. Hey, can I get a Dr. Pepper? He's like, what you want in it? Nothing. Looked at the girl, said, hey, how you doing? I have a boyfriend. I have a math test. Start drinking my drink. And she's like, what's that supposed to mean? Oh, I thought we were talking about things that we can cheat on. And then she laughs. And so I'm watching the ball game. And so she starts talking to me. She's like, oh, do you go to school around here? I was like, oh, yeah, I do. I'm up at St. Xavier. So she scoots one bar stool over. And I said, hold on. I don't want to get my ass kicked by some boyfriend walking in. And she's like, oh, I don't really have a boyfriend. Okay, so you're a liar. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, I asked you. You said you have a boyfriend. You lied to me. Start off with the lie. She's like, oh, I just say that to gauge guys' interest. I said, oh, okay. And so we start talking. Her drink gets empty. And she looks at me and she's like playing with the straw with her mouth. And she's playing with the cherry stem in her mouth. And she's like, you gonna buy me a drink? I said, nah. Buy your own drink. I said, I believe in women's independence. In fact, I believe in women's independence so much, you should buy me a drink. Although mine's a soda, so it's a free refill. It won't cost you much. We ended up hitting it off. My house was 3 blocks away. We walked back to my house. Then I walked her ass back to the bar before final call. Hey, fucking sleep in here. Fucking get out. I got 2 bedrooms. I got a bedroom that I let the hoes from the bar sleep and fuck me in. And then I have my big bed in the other room. And it was so funny because it was like, she's like, oh my God, this is your house? It's so nice. Thanks. She's like, it's so big. Thanks. She's already thinking, if I fuck him once, I'll be moving in here. No, you won't. I'm taking your skanky ass back to the bar. That's why I don't buy women drinks, though. I never have bought women drinks. Well, I've bought my girlfriend's drinks. One particular girlfriend used to make going out to the bar really cheap. She would just go up to the bar, start shaking her ass in time with the music, and a guy would buy her a drink, and then she'd walk back to the table and set the drink down and go get another one. Like, what the fuck is wrong with guys? You would call bullshit, but confidence got me my current girlfriend. Confidence, confidence is contagious. Or if you want a really childish phrase about having an ego, of course I have an ego. I have to be full of myself. I can't expect women to be full of me for me, can I? If they laugh at the joke, I want to spend time with them. If they don't get it, I only want to spend a little bit of time with them. We live in a bad society because I believe that the lowest part of the food chain, us, the masses, yeah, some call it confidence, some call it ego to hurt it. Later, Moss. The problem we have is the lowest masses have been watching the way the top of the food chain treats us. So now we treat each other that way. But we've also allowed dozens and dozens and dozens of shitty viewpoints to enter into the equation. Hold on a second. I gotta listen to hippie grandparents talk about promiscuity like y'all weren't fucking naked, smoking a reefer, fucking banging at Woodstock. Hold up. I gotta listen to some fucking hippie grandparents talk about why sex, drugs, and rock and roll are bad. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, that was your fucking Thursday afternoon after school. Please don't try to fuck it up for future generations. We got, all these experts. I don't understand why young kids are smoking younger and younger. I don't understand why kids smoke. because it fucking helps. Yeah, you were doing God knows what at Woodstock. Why should I listen to your bullshit about how drugs are bad? Like, look, dude, the worst I've done... Okay, we won't talk about what the worst I've done. But the worst most people my age have done is a little bit of weed. You people were licking LSD off people's tits. Please. Well, yes, I did that. And I'm trying to make sure you don't make the same mistakes I did. No, you're trying to teach me a lesson without the pain that comes with the lesson. Think about the theory here for a second. Try explaining a hangover. Try explaining a hangover to a young kid and why you don't want them to drink, because you don't want them to go through the pain of a hangover. If you've had a real hangover, you know what I'm talking about. Because a real hangover has you naked in the bathtub with the water just slowly trickling, because everywhere that it can come out, it's coming out often at the same time. That's a hangover. If you haven't been praying to the porcelain, wishing to die, you haven't had a true hangover. But you can't talk to a kid about how bad a hangover is. They just got to experience that shit themselves. That's it. That's all there is to it. That's when you need hair of the dog. Right. Look, man, this guy's fucking hungover to no end. We need to get him drunk again and hydrate him over time. Like, I'll be the first to admit it. I never understood why everybody... Your friends call that your Velociraptor mating call? Yeah, Billy Bob. Billy Bob. Billy Bob's gonna puke. Billy Bob, you getting ready to call some dinosaurs? Billy Bob gonna call some dinosaurs. The problem is, I drink a lot of mixed drinks. Vodka sours. Vodka and pineapple juice. So for me, hangovers didn't exist. Because a hangover is dehydration to an extreme level. Some of you are going to be like, well, it has to do with the alcohol. No, if you're talking about the alcohol level in you, now you're talking about alcohol poisoning. That's a whole different level of fucking danger and peril and fucked up. But I used to drink like Black Tooths, Jack Daniels, and Dr. Pepper. The people that drink straight shooters and chase with beer, they're not getting hydration. That's why I say to people, if you're a chronic drinker and you're chronically hungover, your best answer is to stop. Your second best answer is cold Pedialyte in your fridge. And then before you go to bed, drink your Pedialyte. Hey, buddy. Easy. Good boy. Good boy. This little jerk decided he wanted to be sick. Cost me $500 in testing. And now he's fine. Easy. I'll put you down. Don't cut me. Don't cut me. Good boy. If you're a follow the rules of alcohol, you don't get a bad hangover. There are no rules to alcohol. There's just rehydrating yourself. But you're from the Balkans, so your alcohol tolerance is like 4.5 times the average American's. Because your alcohol will strip paint. Your alcohol can fucking run small engines. Looking back on it, no, you can go from high spirit to a smaller spirit. You can. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor, never sicker. Fuck all that stuff. Oh, yeah, it fucks you up quicker and you just drink less. Yeah, exactly. Here, it's considered rude to not whip out your homemade spirits when someone is visiting. Right. It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing. Looking back, life was wild. I used to sing Your Mama's on Crack Rock when I was 9. Looking back, it's crazy that that's even a song. Yeah, and that's the problem. I'm gonna show. Actually, we kind of went down a rabbit hole for a while, and that's okay. The show is good. This is another one. This shit right here absolutely confuses me.
Quickly, so I misunderstand. Are we saying that 2 + 2, if you say it's 4, that's racist? I mean, that sounds like we may be mischaracterizing it. What, if you can quickly sum it up?
No, that's not mischaracterizing it at all. Math is basically racist under this ideology because it says there is no such thing as an objective reality. So 4 might not be the right number. 2 + 2 might actually equal 5.
And this, my friends, is why aliens don't talk to us. Right there. We're fucking doomed. If this is our generation, this is what they're teaching us. We are fucking doomed. Math is racist.
Math is racist. Look, I'm so fucking tired. I am so fucking tired of the woke agenda. 2 + 2 might not equal 4. No, look, you dumb fuck. It's not fucking racist. It's not fucking racist. This is why I can't take it serious anymore when someone calls someone a racist, because either they're a racist or they said something stupid or funny. Well, right, you notice that people come in here and they get mad because I say something is racist or something is bigoted or something is sexist. And they're like, no, it's not. Yeah, it technically isn't correct to say your views of Islam are racist. It's bigoted. Islam is no better, no worse than Christianity. Christianity is no better, no worse than Judaism. Judaism is no better or no worse than Islam. I think all these Christians that are bent out of shape about Islam need to stop and focus on the community of Christianity. And while we're busy putting the Christ back in Christian, they can be worried about fixing Islam. And then we all can leave each other the fuck alone. Yeah, math has established rules. It's not subjective. Math isn't racist. It's not bigoted. Now, what we can have is we can have math class being prejudicial because 50 schools in the state of Illinois. I want you to hear this terrible statistic. 50 schools in the state of Illinois have 0% of the students that can do math at grade level. 35 schools have 0 kids that can read at grade level. Now, the problem here is it's always we always do this. We have underprivileged schools. Well, what does underprivileged mean? Well, minority schools. Why don't you just fucking say what they are? They're black schools. Cool. Are there any white kids in them? Yes. Then they're not black schools. They're predominantly black schools. Okay. Why don't we say what they really are so we can actually fix the problem? They're poverty schools. They are the schools that have the lowest tax base, that have the lowest funding, that have the highest crime, and we can't get good teachers to go work there. So we get all the teachers who want to go there for a couple of years, get some experience so they can go work somewhere else. I don't understand this line of thinking. If math is hard for certain demographics, math is not the problem. Teachers or teacher plan is. Well, the problem that they have is that I taught in a poverty school as part of my missionary work because I was a Catholic school teacher. I didn't mind the idea of teaching at a Catholic school because I owned my house, I owned my cars, I had no college debt. $25,000 a year was something to do. I didn't need to work. I had enough money that I could augment my $25,000 a year was just add-on. But most teachers that go work in poverty schools are teachers that can't get jobs anywhere else. Most. There are teachers that work in poverty schools for the altruistic, I want to better the worst part of society, or I want to give help to the most needy part of society. Cool. Break. Very rare. You had an argument that we can't fund STEM after school circles because colored children don't visit those, so we need ball instead. Getting economically impoverished students to want to do extra work is very difficult because the society that has built up around poor schools is that school is for chumps. So as a teacher, you can confirm my belief that some kids don't understand the way that a certain topic is taught, but if you explain it to them in a different way, they might understand it. That is correct. Howard Gardner, his neuroscience theory isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Howard Gardner as providing information as a teacher. What you have is you have a classroom with a chalkboard in front and a teacher that teaches and writes on the board. So you have auditory learners are covered, you have visual learners are covered, and you have interpersonal learners are covered. Because the teacher is doing a good thing. They're talking, they're writing, they're engaging. Assuming they're not just one-way talking. If they're using Q&A, if they're using false positives, if they're using deliberate mistakes, then it works. The problem is you have visual, you have auditory, you have inter and intra-personal, you have bodily kinesthetic. Some of them don't translate very well. And you have logical reasoning, musical, spatial. Naturalist doesn't really apply. The problem is, if you don't have a I say it all the time because if people start recognizing their bias, they understand their bias. I am a auditory learner, which is why streaming is easy for me. I'm an auditory learner, so I like speaking. I'm also a visual learner. So that's how many streamers do you know that have a fucking chalkboard? Lots of streamers write on the screen, but how many of them have a scene where it's a chalkboard? Not many. The problem is, if you don't have teachers that line up with your methodology, you struggle. When I was a kid, if you haven't figured out by now, most people have, I have a speech impediment. I'm not ashamed of it. It is how it is. I had a teacher who required us to stand in the front of class and constantly do presentations. That teacher nearly killed me and killed my love of learning. I hate standing up spontaneously and having to speak. I don't mind public speaking. I hate being told to do it. Like, I have gone to the comedy club. I've done improv. But the thing about improv is that you have your set. You have the things you're going to do. You have a bunch of material prepped, and then you're throwing it out there. When you're a kid, you can't go to the teacher and say, I don't like group work. I think group work is an absolute waste of fucking time. I'd rather do the whole project myself. Well, you need to know group work because when you get to college, you're going to be doing more group work. When I get to college, I'm going to have a real simple time doing group work. Look, you 4 fucking morons, or you 3 morons. Between the four of us, we have a 3.5 GPA. Without me in the group, you all have a 2.3. Here's how it's going to work. I'll do the whole fucking project. 2 weeks before it's due, I'll give you your speaking parts. Learn your speaking part. You were reading about Jan Amos Kamensky, and he kind of pursued me into belief that any topic can be taught to anyone. You just need to find the right way. Any topic can be taught to anyone if you play around with it and you learn the right way. Yes, that is true. Unless the person has a developmental disability precluding them from learning certain topics. Anybody can learn anything, yes. It's amazing how you can make numbers dance with statistics. I hate statistics. I hate how statistics are used to manipulate people. I hate when you see a bar chart that'll be like this, and you'll see this, and you'll see this, and it'll be like our competitor, and this is 97%, 96, 95, and they present this material, but this looks like a really big, this looks like compared to these two, this company on the left is amazing. The company on the left is 2 percentage points better because they've scaled it to do that. Statistics are the walking, talking embodiment of figures lie and liars figure. We don't use GPA. How 2 is comparable to, let's say, average high school education worldwide. Well, here's the problem with high school education worldwide. Don't hate me, Americans, because I'm one of you, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We are not producing the smartest high schoolers in the world. Number 1, America is one of the only monolingual countries in existence. Almost every other country on the fucking planet teaches their kids their native language and English. The reason why is because English is the language of money. So they teach their kids their native language and English because they know Americans are only going to speak English. We start kids later, a whole year later in some cases than other countries do. We treat the idea of 3 pre-K as daycare. 4 pre-K as daycare. Preschool, kindergarten. They're already in school. They're not in like a daycare. They're in fucking school. We treat things as, well, if you can't do it, you go to summer school and you'll get remedial education. Other countries still retain kids, and the fear of being retained is a great motivator because they don't want to be embarrassed. In America, it is nearly impossible to forcibly retain a kid to repeat a grade without the parents' permission. In America, we gauge the students, we grade the teachers based on the students' performance on standardized tests. In other countries, the teachers are graded long-term based on the success of the students. We were taught native since 1st grade elementary. 5th grade, we started English. And 7th grade, we started German. There are 9 grades of elementary school, so it's from 6 to 15. Yeah, we do K through 8 is elementary school, and 9 through 12 is high school. The problem that I have is that Bernie Sanders and the rest of the Democrats with their socialist agenda Our education system wasn't founded and created by J.P. Morgan. Whoever told you that lied to you. The second half is right, though. It wasn't created by bankers. It was created by factory workers. It's based on Prussian education. The American school system is based on bastardizing indoctrination. But you're absolutely correct. The American school system was designed not to create dumb factory workers. It was designed to create factory workers. The problem is, when America was a factory-based system, we wanted the kids to come to school, sit in rows, nice and neat, raise your hand if you want to speak, have a break so you can have something to eat, and then the bell rings every X number of minutes. Did you know that many schools, because we don't have a standardized period in America, 43, 41, 47, 49. Did you know that if you trace back the local public school education to the nearby factory, very, very often the classroom interval was the same interval as the iterations at the factory? So the children spending 12 years in that school district, the timing at the factory would be second nature to them. Every 43 minutes, there's a 3-minute stoppage while you refill the cans in the machine. Really fucking coincidentally, at the high school, every 43 minutes, you have a 3-minute passing period. I wonder why. When you create when you model your school system after the factory system, you're no longer producing children, you're producing kidgets. You are producing uniform kidgets that are interchangeable at the factory. Bob is getting ready to retire, and any kidget, I'm gonna reach into the high school, fish my hand around, and any kidget that I pull out can take Bob's place at the factory. Do I think the education system will ever change at this point? No. I will give you a great example. My daughters, my eldest daughter blazed the trail. My next three, kind of losers. Educationally, they're kind of losers. They're great people, but none of them graduated college. Now, Melly Umpkin may graduate college. She's a little bit behind the power curve, but she's in college. But the thing is, the youngest has already said, I'm doing running start. I'm not doing 4 years of high school. That's bullshit. When I was 20, I turned 20 in September. In December, I finished my bachelor's degrees. I was 20 with 2 bachelor's degrees. And I worked hard so that my kids, when they got older, would be able to go further beyond that. But where I failed my children, and I will be the first to say I failed my children were never, ever, ever hungry in their entire life. And I mean physically hungry. I don't mean like this pseudo motivational hunger. I mean, my kids never laid down at night hungry. My kids never laid down cold. They never laid down and didn't know that there was breakfast on the table the next morning. Necessity is a driving factor. You will produce way better results if you think if you don't hustle, you'll be starving, than, oh, daddy's money takes care of us. Here you've got pre-kindergarten, then kindergarten, then elementary school. Secondary is trade school, high school with different types of paper, or gymnasium that's basically preparing for university but doesn't teach you specific trade. Yeah, that's what we need to get back to in America. We need to we need to get back. Yeah, your primary education ends at 15. Very common for parts of the world. Very common in many parts of the world. They're done with education at 15 or 16. The problem is this. It's hard. It is hard work to overcome adversity. It's easier to sit on the steps and stare at your feet and bitch and piss and moan and cry and whine about, Oh, how difficult it is. You don't understand. I tried my hardest. What time did you get up today? If you remember last year when people would come in there, you just don't get it. Yeah, you're right. I don't get it. I'm retired and I'm up every morning at 5:30 and I am full court pressing until 10 at night. 5:30 in the morning till 10 at night, getting shit done. And I'm retired. I don't need to hustle. Part of the problem is it's become okay for people to be mediocre. And you have Americans that you can't reach out and slap some of these fucking people. And the only thing that will ever clear up these people is a fucking ass beating. Trump cuts exacerbate budget fights in red states. Republican legislatures already grappling with budget shortfalls consider further cuts and new taxes to cover funding gaps worsened by the big beautiful bill. Republican-led states facing major budget shortfalls are facing an awkward reality. President Donald Trump's signature tax and spending bill is making their problem worse. And yet, this story, which is very detailed, and I will link it if you want to read it, you will have members of the Republican Party or members of Make America Great Again who will read that story and at the end of it will blame the Democrats. Dude. Let me just put it pretty clearly. I reminded my daughter in the back seat of the car yesterday, you're an Irish citizen. I am? Yeah, you are. Keep that in mind. I'm getting ready to move my family out of America because that's how fucked America is. We have a president who lies about peace deals, that he's talking about peace deals, and the other countries are turning around and saying, we didn't talk to anybody in your country. Donald Trump says, oh, this weekend, we had good talks over the weekend with Iran. And Iran's leadership comes out and says, no, you didn't. We didn't talk to anybody from your country. We didn't have any conversations with Donald Trump. So you ask Donald Trump and you're like, well, who the fuck did you talk to? I don't know. Ireland. I'm an Irish citizen. So I'll go to Ireland. Not that it's amazingly better, but for the time being, it's marginally better. Therein lies the problem. You can't make America better if you don't make better citizens. You can't make better citizens if you don't reform school. They moved to make your 35-year-old self-draft eligible. True story. You cannot make America better if we don't focus with the students. As I said, I got gangbanged on by people
quickly, so I died
after this creator's video. And I'll be the first to say, right?
The U.S. is a republic, not a... Get your book, I'm getting the board. Should have done this lesson a long time ago. I don't know who started this ridiculous rumor, but I really want to have a long talk with them.
Good, have the long talk with me because I'm the motherfucker. I will admit that I started this rumor because it's not a fucking rumor. The United States is a constitutional republic. The United States is not a democracy. Constitutional republics are not a form of democracy. Constitutional republics can be a democracy. But constitutional republics are not democracies. They can be. They don't have to be. And if you say, well, you're just arguing semantics, fuck yes, I am. But politics is all semantics. Iran is a constitutional republic. They happen to be a constitutional republic that's a theocracy. The United States of America is a constitutional republic that has democratic representation and free democratic elections for some of our positions, direct elections for some of our positions, indirect elections for some of our positions, and no elections for some of our positions. The entire point of the Senate having ratification powers over political appointees was that the Senate wasn't supposed to be popularly elected. The Senate was supposed to be elected by the states so that the cabinet advising the president was made up of people palatable to the states, not the people. We have never been a democracy. We've been democratic. We've had democratic processes, but we've never been a democracy. It is a very important point because although that teacher, and she does an amazing job in the video, she has a couple of things wrong. She has a couple of things wrong. But because she reaches millions of people and I reach dozens of people, I can't overcome people that have a larger social media reach. And social media is killing our fucking soul. It is killing our country. It is fucking killing us. With that said, I got to get out of here. I got a couple of bits and bobs I need to do. Tomorrow, I'm going to be looking at Eternal Tombs. And then Friday, I'll be back with politics. Saturday, I'll be covering Once Human's new patch. So I'll be busy a couple of days in a row again.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't